I kindly request all the participants to mute their microphones and turn on their video. Once again, I kindly request all the participants to mute their microphones and turn on their videos. All the participants are requested to join. Participants, kindly mute your microphones and turn on your videos. I kindly request all the participants to join. Blessings of grace and peace be with you all today and every day. Good morning to all. Hope you are all doing well. Please mute your microphones and turn on your videos. So, we have successfully completed the first day of our webinar, Brain-Based Learning and Mind-Based Teaching, Mind, Brain and Education Signs and Symptoms of Specific Learning Disability. Now, today we are starting our second session. Let's begin with the prayer.
पुत्र तेरा नाम बजता है, पुत्र तेरा नाम, पुत्र तेरा नाम, पुत्र तेरा नाम, पुत्र तेरा नाम, पुत्र बजता है, आत्मा तेरा नाम बजता है, आत्मा तेरा नाम, आत्मा तेरा नाम, आत्मा तेरा नाम, आत्मा तेरा, आत्मा तेरा बजता है, पिता तेरा नाम बजता है, पुत्र तेरा नाम बजता है, आत्मा तेरा नाम, आत्मा तेरा, आत्मा तेरा, आत्मा तेरा नाम, आत्मा तेरा नाम बजता है, पिता तेरा नाम बजता है, पिता तेरा नाम.
Thank you, Sister Deepa. For today's session, it's my honor to welcome, on behalf of Sneha Sadan family, Dr. Rubesh BN, Additional Professor, Department of Clinical Psychology, Consultant Child and Adolescent Mental Health Unit, Adjunct Faculty, Center for Psychosocial Support in Disaster Management, NIMHANS, Bangalore. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Silent.
I kindly request all the participants to mute their microphones and turn on their videos. Thank you. Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You may start.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
No.
So, yeah. So, okay. Okay. So, thanks for inviting me for the and good morning to you all.
Good morning.
Yeah. So, let's share my screen. Yeah. So, yeah, today's my presentation is so SLD, neurobiology of SLD. Okay, so sometimes it might be a little bit technical. I'll try to explain it as much as possible. Okay, we'll go by it. So first we'll talk about little bit about learning. Okay, before going to the brain and neurobiology, neuropsychology of the SLD children, so we'll talk about the learning per se, brain, how the brain mediates learning. I won't go to too much of technicality because most of you it may not be relevant. I just checked with the organizers, admin. So yeah. So according to when I talk about the learning part, usually the one of the popular person, the influential person is called Donald Hebb. So because of his based on his research and all, it figured out memory results from synaptic modification. Okay, what is the synapses? Earlier, for example, it is thought that most of you or some people still believe that memory stays in particular area. For example, a particular area of the brain, memory is there in say this part, an area of the brain. But Hebb is the one who told that memory is not in a particular area per se. It is not a place that's there. It is for a form of the, for example, say synaptic modification. So what is the synapses? So for example, our brain has, say, for example, billions of neurons. So a neuron, you can say, for example, it looks like this. So neuron, it looks like this. It has a axons. This sorry, axon is the long one here. These are dendrites, small things here. This is a cell body, nucleus, and all. This is one small neuron. It's tiny. You can't even see in an eye. Usually, you have to use electron microscope for it to see because we have billions and billions of it. So, this is the neuron. So what he said is memory. Memory is what Hebb said is basically memory is what happens when one neuron connection triggers other neuron. For example, okay, so before that, how our brain works. Okay, our brain works in for example, for whatever we do. Okay, is a singing, sleeping, getting up, jumping, running, talking, praying, watching movie, thinking, smelling something, tasting something. So all this is activity of the brain. Okay, brain has different functions. So everything is responsible. Everything you can point back to the brain, the way its brain functions. So you must have realized sometimes it's difficult to think. Okay, for example, somebody said a prayer now. So prayer involves that to think about certain things and also say certain things from the vocal. It's all the brain activity. Okay, and even for example, sleeping, the brain is never asleep. So everything is about brain. So some people have difficult, everything is about brain, it's not possible. Some people, very few people have doubt now. That you'll realize when some head injury happens, people start, they stroke. Most of you know the stroke, head injury. For example, a stroke happens, sometimes you know that people can't speak, they get paralyzed. Okay, one side of their leg is not working, or both side is not working. This is what happened, the blood circulation for the brain stops. That's what happened in the stroke. If that area which is supposed to function, that doesn't function because in brain, the neurons, the basic food for the neuron is oxygen and blood and glucose, all those things, which is circulated through blood. If the blood stops, so the particular area of the brain stop functioning. So whichever area that brain was involved in function, which that brain particular area is involved in that particular function. For example, say that particular area is involved in the language. If the blood circulation stops for that area of the language, so that language doesn't happen. People can't speak, can't understand certain things. So this is how the brain works, for example. So just told about if people who don't, in case you have any doubt and all. So everything is brain. We take it for granted that okay, fine. If I fall, nothing will happen to me. Other things. So this area is very precious. If this anything happens, almost things can go very bad. Okay, even though this area is there, we have, for example, say left hemisphere, right hemisphere, and different parts. Each area has something called neurons. So billions and all, some areas have different types of neurons. We have different glial cells, so different kind of cells like that, but that is and all different. So assume that it is a neurons, billions of neurons connected through this. Okay, so one neuron is connected to other, but there is a small gap between that. What you can see here on my, I can see, so this is axon of one neuron. This is a dendrite of other neuron. Okay, so this is what happens here, right? So it's axon, bulb, and all this other neuron. So there's a small, tiny gap. Neuron itself is small. You have to use microscope. This is further tiny gap in that. This is a synaptic gap, they say. Okay, this is synaptic gap. There are actually neurons is so small, you feel like connected, but it's not connected. There's a small gap between them. Okay, so that is what called synaptic gap. Okay, so especially, so message, what happens when we think or any activity, thinking, talking, smelling, eating, dancing. So brain is always functioning. Okay, how does it function? It functions through electrical activity. Okay, a brain is generating lot of electrical activity, continuous lots of electrical activity. Whether you are sleeping also, it's firing each other. Electrical activity is one neuron fires. It's called firing. And so one neuron fires, the message generates here, axon, all those things. The electricity travels, small, tiny electrical current travels and goes to the other neurons and get transferred from one to other and keep on going. So one particular function involves like a million of neurons are involved for any function to happen. For example, if I want to lift this hand, there are like thousands of neurons acting on that. If I'm speaking like this, there are like probably millions of neurons are acting in different parts of the brain. So this is how this functions. So it's all electrical current. How does this electric current happen? It is, we have brain neurons will have some tiny chemicals called neurotransmitters. So these neurotransmitters, you can see inside, no, all these things, you all hear neurotransmitters, all these things are neurotransmitter, chemicals, neurochemicals. So this neurotransmitter is the thing called chemically, it's a chemicals. So it's chemically generated electrical activity. Okay, so this neurotransmitter transmit other one. Instead of the, apart from that, there are other chemicals within the cell. So that is generates the electrical activity. So it's chemically generated electrical activity. So when this electrical activity travels, the best way to remember is when somebody has a seizure or what's okay fits or epilepsy. So what happened in epilepsy? They shake. No, remember him shaking. What's happening in the brain is lot of electrical current get generated everywhere, whole area. It is not controlled. Our now my brain, your brain, and all is controlled electrical activity, purposeful. That is particular area is going to particular area because it wants to go to particular. It's not like random. Whether what happens in a seizure, it's as a random activity. It goes like everywhere. So that's one of the evidence that okay, brain is working for you to understand electrical activity. Okay, so this electrical activity is the chemically generated electrical activity. It is called firing. It's called fire. Like for example, say neuron fires. Okay, like sending message, transmitting messages or traveling and all. So this is called chemically generated electrical activity. So this is the background. So how is it related? So earlier, as I told, it's not a particular area. People told memories in this area, this area, this area. No. Have figure based on his research, he figured out. Okay, figured out it is neuron that fires. Okay, continuously. For example, if you do a particular activity, see if you look at this one neuron, other neuron, other neuron, it keeps fire. This fires and this fires together, and this fires to go on like this. So when this gets fired and this gets fired, instant fired, and it happens couple of times, some more times, it gets strengthened. See, look at this is getting strength is not strengthened here. Neurons are not getting strengthened. Say synaptic connections. So there's more neurons, more dendrites and axons getting connected here. Okay, and the synaptic gap reduces. The gap between neurons, earlier it was assumed that there was this much gap. For example, after some continuous firing, it will happen like this. So what it says is when you're learning, when you do it again and again, when you practice, when you read a certain thing, when you do certain thing, when you cycle continuously, when you read a poem continuously, or do some, for example, any activity more and more, when that activity gets connected, that becomes binding. So it becomes binding here. For example, you want to start learning now, say you're most of our Keralites, assume that you want to start learning Telugu. Okay, so Telugu is not my mother tongue, that's why I'm not, I'm just telling that. So you want to learn Telugu, you start practicing Telugu again every day. So it becomes, your neurons become strengthened and strengthened and strengthened over days because you're continuously practicing. Whereas Kannada, the other language, Kannada, you're not practicing. So there, if you can see, there is no connection. Okay, so the more you practice, the more you learn, the more the neuronal connection will happen. So what his famous quote is, neurons that fire together, wire together. Okay, so he said because of this, learning form, the neuron connections becomes. So these are the other examples. Take synaptic, look at this, other learning is continuous. If you learn, I won't go to too much of detail for that. You learn continuously high activity, activity and all between neuron connections. Very less. For example, neurotransmitters are there here, synaptic connections. But if you practice this called long-term potentiation, so connections are strong here. More neurochemical neurotransmitter will be active in that particular area. So whenever you learn certain thing, you're making that particular area strengthened, particular neuron, a brain area, a particular neuron, that connection is strengthened. Okay. So next we look at the other part of learning. So brain is connected to this. So apple assembly in the brain, one neuron to other neuron goes something like this connection. Apple, when you say apple, probably one like assume that now is so much neurons are involved. This area gets activated. This area get fired here, fired here, fired here, fired here, fired here, and then you realize is apple. And when they say banana network will be probably like this. Several neurons, thousands of neurons, for example, will be connected like this. So when you say banana, a lot of neuron get activated, get fired, this fired, get fired like this, then you'll know, okay, it's banana. So for example, these are active neurons, inactive neurons. For example, when I'm talking about banana area will be active, whereas apple area will be inactive. Now action has shifted to apple, this will become active, other one become inactive. So this kind of a neural network in the part. So what happens in learning? So because see, there's no learning here when like new things are developed already pointed out. So this can memory after some time, further this gets strengthened after some time. So it becomes memory stabilized. Okay. These are simple things. So what to be clear about it, there is no one area in the brain which is say learning. Okay. So this all in the connections. Different types of memories have different types of connection and different regions of the brain. Even though the brain, certain areas are specified for certain things. For example, visual area in the back, occipital area. Thinking is more thinking, reasoning, problem solving, intelligence, and all what you say in the frontal lobe here. Okay, but in terms of learning, any part is not one area, but many areas of the brain is involved, and it's always in memory is in the connections. Okay, for example, if you sing a song doesn't get established in one place, but sing a song, as I mentioned, it will connect like this. The wire, for example, it goes to this, it goes to this, it goes to other neurons. So whenever you remember a song, but somebody tells that song, the song will be activated. This area will fire like this. When this area gets fired, you'll remember that song. So you can sing that song, you can remember that song. This is how it is. The connection it is. The more and more you're learning, the more and more it's getting connected. It is like if you look at it's a river. Okay. So someone, not even river, assume that it's raining on the mountain. Okay. So water is raining on the mountain because it can't stay on the mountain. It has to come down slowly. So some places is a small stream kind of a thing. Some places is a bigger stream. Okay. The more and more rains happen, more and more water keeps flowing. The mountain depth, the depth of the ground will be more. Where the water flows more, there'll be more depth. So that's, for example, the more you learn, the more depth will be there. Okay. This is about the basic learning aspect. How does it happen? So if you look at, for example, a brain has other aspects of something called habituation or sensitization and all. So initially, like for example, new stimulus elicits response in the brain, but you practice. After some time, it doesn't elicit so much of response. It become new. So brain for learning, it should be habituation also, because brain cannot be active for every new stimulus. After you learn, it will become automatically less active. It will become, because the brain learns to process it more and more, because already you learned. So this is effortful processing. This is almost like an automatic processing. So when the automatic process happens, it doesn't require more and more of like energy from the brain. As for example, earlier now, what can I say? Some of you like if you know driving or riding bicycle, scooter or car. So what happens initially? You struggle. Okay, you have to, for I assume that car. Okay, I'll take the car. So car is, you don't know how big it is, like how to go, whether with car will go in a particular area or not, space is enough or not. Somebody is coming, the traffic light is there. Okay, somebody is coming from behind, and you have to drive, and you have to focus on the steering also. You don't know exactly how much to turn, and you have to press the accelerator and the gear left hand gear, accelerator, brake, and clutch. So a lot of things your brain is processing. Okay, when learning. So this is, for example, like this. But after some time, what happens is, after say you learn quite a bit, say some 6 months, 1 year, Automatically, sometimes when you would have driven from home to office or office to home without even focusing, without even remembering like whether you drove through particular traffic or not, you would have automatically driven that road. If somebody asks, did you notice any person doing, you wouldn't have known. So this is the automatic habituation. So initially, any learning will be, any new learning or any learning will be purposeful. It takes more time, effortful, but after some time it will become automatic, effortless, smooth. So this is what it. So if this, for example, is smooth, any new learning suddenly comes, again it becomes effortful. So it's simplifying this. Okay, this much is there. To one of the two theories or two important way the brain learns is, one is the classical conditioning, or what you can say association learning. Okay, associate, we learn by association. Our brain has two things, us learn by associate. For example, if anything, two things happen together, one after another, it's called temporal correlation also, it learns together. For example, this is a classic experiment. Some of you would have read it in your psychology books, or Pavlov's experiment or something. What happens is, you look at this before condition, which is called conditioning or associative learning, whatever you want to call. For example, if you say, if you show food to the dog and don't give it to the dog immediately, dog will start. If anybody has dog, you'll realize they will salivate profusely. They can't stop only. The saliva will be drooling down if you hold the food that dogs like. Okay, so this one, the lever. But if you put, if you click a bell, if you put a bell or toke anything, make a sound, dog doesn't salivate. Okay, because dog is not associated with the food, right? So it's only bell. But what happens after, what you do is, sometimes you do an experiment, anybody can do it. You make a bell sound and give the food to the dog, and dog will salivate, because dog is here not salivating to the bell but for the food. Okay, the food came, dog salivated. But this you do it for, say, for example, some 10 times, 15 times, 20 times. So what happens in the dog brain is, okay, dog will association happens. Okay, whenever the bell comes, food comes. This get paired together. It gets paired. So in the brain, this will become same one now. Okay, so after some time, without the food, as soon as you ring the bell, dog will salivate, because the dog has learned here in this brain that bell means food. Whether the food is there or not, no. As soon as you ring the bell, dog will salivate. This is the classical conditioning, or what we call associative learning. This is the basis of learning. We learn a lot of things because of this. Okay, once learning is, again, this on the other side of it, again, lot of things for our false learning. Blind belief and blind learning, this is also some of the things responsible for it. For example, assume you go, okay, somebody might believe is a black cat crossing from one side or left side, right, left to right or left to right. Once it happened, okay, so then suddenly after that somebody meets with an accident, cycle, scooter, they fall down. So automatically brain thinks that, okay, black cat went from right to left and I fell down. So next time we'll be very careful, and the black cat comes, we may not go. See, this is dog. Dog requires more kind of pairings like this. Humans, we don't need so many pairings. For example, sometimes what is one trial learning? It's one trial learning. Assume you go to a hotel and you order some new food, say new dish, something, and you ate it, you get a bad food poisoning. So afterwards, you learn that, okay, never try in that hotel or in that particular food you won't take. So humans are, because slightly more intelligent, so-called more intelligent than the dogs, will form this single train learning. So this is called associative learning. Other important aspect of learning is apparent conditioning or instrumental conditioning. Okay, so that's basically learning by reinforcement. So if you do certain things and we get a reward for it, and we learn it very fast. For example, here the dog is experiment. Dog, it presses the lever, this lever in the small button. Depending on certain things, it will get a food. Food will be delivered. So after some time, the dog learns this. When it's hungry, continuously goes on pressing it up. Whenever it's hungry, it presses this button. So, and it learns that, okay, when I press, I'll get it. So whenever, this is called reinforcement. When you reinforce something, we will learn. Animals and all will learn. This is just a cartoon here. Don't worry. Okay, that is about two basic important types of learning, fundamentals to everything. Human beings also learn depending on other things. For example, social learning, watching somebody and learning. and something insightful learning, or what we call, we think about it and we learn without actually seeing somebody doing or without actually happening. These are all different types of learning are there, but two fundamental types is association learning and the association learning and the reinforcement learning. Why I am telling this important for SLD children is this all these are important. For example, I told about the neuron that fire together, wire together. This classical association learning and the reinforcement learning is for, because you all will be dealing with the SLD children. Most of you know that this continuous practice mode, revision, practice one, it gets strengthened here, get wired together. So the more you practice, the more you learn, okay, and the more you revise, it gets strengthened, right? And next is anything that happens together. For example, we want anybody to learn together, let it associate together. It's not like far away. So it should be together. For example, if you teach something to the children and you give immediate feedback or immediately that they like it, okay, happy things. So and two things happen together, they will learn it faster than that. For example, say you talk about dog and show the dogs, you tell dog and you show the picture of dog and show the word of dog, so it becomes association learning. This all together happen, so they learn it better than individual thing alone. And again, reinforcement is you praise them, you say shabash, very good. So whatever, and also you give a small treat initially in case. So they will learn it better. So that's why these three things importantly I told. So I'll skip this in reinforcement later on. It's not very later on. If you have time, we'll come back to it. Uh, so uh, okay, fine. So other things are all slightly complex. Protein synthesis happen in long-term memory. So I think when long-term memory happen, it gets strengthened more and more. Okay, so these are the different brain areas are responsible. Okay, just for you to know about what different types of memories are there, I'm going to tell this. So if you look at this, different types of memory, long-term memory and short, so working memory here. That we part we leave it. Okay, as a long-term memory is had two types of memory: declarative memory, non-declarative implicit memory. These two types of things. So declarative memory or explicit. Declarative means what we can remember. We can remember and we can recollect and tell. Okay, this is non-declarative. You cannot remember and you cannot tell something. Okay, so for example, a simple thing is when I talk about what did you eat yesterday, which is the last restaurant you went and ate, so that you remember it, you can tell us. So that becomes sort of episodic memory. But you can't tell how to ride a cycle, right? Yeah, you can say like pedal like this, but actually we can't do it. You can't tell what's happened in the thing. How do you ride a cycle and all skills and habits? Or you can't say, for example, if somebody is learning swimming, huh? So you can't teach somebody telling that okay, do like this, you'll swim. You can't do it. So they have to learn. It becomes a procedure, practice, automatic. So that is the major difference between procedural, declarative and non-declarative memory. Other apart from his declarative is semantic memory. Facts, meaning, concepts, knowledge about the external world, these are all become semantic. Okay, so procedural memories, for example, riding bicycle, skills, habits, swimming, or different thing. For example, if somebody learned the skateboarding, skating, so all those things in terms of the procedural memory. These are all different things. I will just not go into so much detail here. So which are the regions responsible for it? So if you look at this, episodic memory, hippocampus, particularly important area is learning. Semantic memory, again, lateral anterior temporal cortex, prefrontal cortex. So these are the important aspects which learning is involved. Okay. Yeah. So other parts, procedural learning, cerebellum, motor cortex, those things are involved. So these are the different types of learning, different areas of the brain is involved. Okay. So if you look at it again, memory and the brain. So these are the different regions of the memory. So prefrontal, this is frontal side of the brain. This is back side of the brain. When taken, if my brain is there, they're chopped here like this here, this part like this, and they're showing from the top. You're seeing the brain from the top, chopped up somewhere in the middle. Okay, so this is the frontal region. So this is the backward. This is the left hemisphere, and this is the right hemisphere. Okay, so for example, prefrontal cortex here, this part is working memory involved. Striatum here, this part is the procedural memory. Cerebral cortex is this, all this area is called cerebral cortex. All this like current whole thing is cerebral cortex. Perceptual memory, semantic memory, priming. So amygdala is a small thing here. If you look at this, emotional memory. Amygdala is one beautiful thing is it gives emotions to your memory. Okay, amygdala's role is gives a lot of things we would remember only because when we like it or when we don't like it. Okay, some of, for example, if I say, if you went, if you see a person in your life, you remember all those times and where we went, happy memories, rather than most of, for example, your college days, people have gone to quite a bit of restaurants. We don't remember everything, so you remember only thing what you'd like. So yeah, so that this amygdala is the one it gives emotions, memory, it's emotional flavor. Okay, so it gives memory the emotional. Somebody can please mute. Somebody is talking there. Can you please mute? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So other one is cerebellum. Cerebellum is the small brain behind down the small areas of the brain. So it's called condition and timing. Okay, condition and timing. So condition timing, it helps in some of the motor balance and structure when you want to cycle, and all those things. You can learn this area is responsible. Okay, other part is hippocampus. Remember, I told this is one of the very, very important aspects of memory. So, declarative memory, semantic memory, whatever we learn, this is the area that translates the short term memory into the long term memory. This orange color, what you see here, this is very, very important area, hippocampus. It's looking like a sea, that seahorse is there, no, hippocampus. So, that looks like that shape. Okay, so that area, right? So, that part. So this is just put it like this is not a so-called scientific and all, but it's good to know that there are different types of learning. Okay, for it's very, but it will be very good for the children that you're teaching children. So most of you would have learned it already and how to teach remediation training and all. So different types of learning. So auditory, visual, tactile, kinesthetic, movement, sequential, step by step, simultaneous, kind of categorizing the big picture. Sequential is one temporal, one after another, step by step. Verbal, thinking aloud. Interactive, that you have to interact with others. Reflective, logical. Remember, I told about thinking and reflecting about it. Direct experience and indirect experiences and rhythms, beats, and all the different types of learning. It may not be 12, some of it overlaps quite a bit, but it's talking, it's nice to know that there are different types of learning. The more you use all these types of different types of modalities and ways to learn, they mixed up the modalities and ways. So it says, as I said, it's overlapping. So, but the more you use this, the more and more it's better. Okay, yeah. Okay, next is, yeah, one is a good thing about thing is, okay, one second, yes. Okay, so if you look at this here, different, looks like the, when do you remember? When do you learn? When you learn something, what aspects helps in remembering? Okay, what type of learning is better? Okay, so the best way is, one thing is, if you look at this, if you read, if you listen to my lecture now, you'll remember only about 5% of what I'm telling. After 6 months to 1 year, you will probably remember 5% or not even 5%. Okay, so but you read yourself, it will be like 10%. So audio visual, apart from reading, I'm presenting now, most of the video and all you're presenting now, because you're seeing this about 20%, remember. And somebody demonstrates to you, it's 30%. Discussion, practice, teaching. So this one, the best way to learn is you teach others. When you teach others, you will learn it about, remember it, memory, it stays in your memory longer. So if you look at the dimension is active and passive. So these are passive kind of learning, these are active kind of learning. So the more and more you're active, that's better. The other type of learning is when you read and you listen to it is more of auditory, that's all. Okay, when you especially lecture, listening to lecture is auditory, but when you read, audio demonstration is visual. So when you include this kinesthetic also in the thing, that you learn more. So when what is the best way to learn is you teach others, that involves audio, auditory, visual, and kinesthetic element. So that is the best. So what I'm basically doing is including the auditory, visual, and I'm teaching you. Except the kinesthetic, I'm not using much of motor aspects and all those things. Except I'm talking, so I'm not using any models, real models, and real thing. So your memory will be somewhat about, say, about 50%. Supposed to you remember better after like few days or few weeks. For me, it is for me, but for you, it's less. Okay. So any doubt till now? I'll stop briefly.
Participants, if you're having any doubts, please clear it.
Yes, sir. I have a doubt. My name is Sridevi. Just now you told me for the passive part, it is the reading. Reading is someone is reading to us or we are reading.
You are reading, ma'am. You are reading.
When we are reading that time, sir, it is included as a passive. When
Yes,
I
ma'am. It's
am
passive.
reading something.
It's almost passive, ma'am. The more passive, it's not active. So for you to remember, if you want to remember best, you have to be more active. Reading is still a sort of passive. It's not as passive as listening to a lecture, but it's still a sort of passive. You're not doing anything, you're just reading. So what best way when you want to learn is, what you can do is discuss when you're reading or just after reading, if you discuss with others, if you argue or debate or teach others. So that, for example, group study, what we say group study is sometimes better than reading alone. Because in group study, what you do is you discuss, you teach others, somebody has doubt, you clarify the doubt, or you read their notes, they read your notes. So that one is better for you to remember rather than just reading alone. I'm not saying it is not helpful. No, don't take it as it's not helpful, but you want to memorize better, remember better. Okay, then for example, teaching is better. So what I'm doing now is I'm teaching all of you now. So with this one teaching, I can remember it. For example, say other 6 months to 1 year without reading most of it, than I've read alone. If I've read this in a book, assume that I'll remember only about 5 to 10%. I'll forget after like say 6 months. So I remember only a few things because I'm teaching you now. Boys, I'm using the PowerPoint and other things. My memory of this will be probably, for example, say 50% to 60% after 6 months to 1 year. So my revision will be less. I need less revision, and I'll remember more. So, but if you are, for example, if you are, how do you want to use for your, for example, the remedial training and all those things? So every week or once in few days, whenever it's possible, if you have a group of children, say for example 2 or 3, whatever it is, if you're doing, or if you're doing 1-to-1, you can ask the child to whatever they read, like me, a small teaching of 5 minutes every day or once in 2-3 days. If they teach you what is this, they'll remember better.
Okay,
Not
sir.
the very small children is difficult, I know that. But even like for example 6 years, 7 years, whatever they can, don't be very particular, rigid or other thing. Whatever they can, if they teach, what they can use the same book and teach, not that they have to without reading the books and teaching. That is not required. They can read their notes, they can read their books, and they teach, and they'll remember it better.
Okay, sir. Understood. Thank you.
Welcome. Any doubts?
Is there any more doubts? Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
we have learned about memory system. So, is there any ways to improve our declarative memory?
Yes, ma'am. I'll talk. Not covered as because I was only talking about my neurobiology of learning. I will tell if the time permits at the end. I'll tell how to improve the memory.
Sure, sir.
You'll probably learn quite a bit, but after that, if you have doubt, I'll tell you more.
Okay, sir. Is there any doubts? Okay, sir. Now you can continue.
And I have quite a bit to go. Yeah. So yeah. Now we talk about the learning disability. Okay, neurobiology or neuropsychology of learning disability per se. Okay, so why we should know about the neurobiology of learning disability or specific? I'll say dyslexia, learning disability, SLD. So more or almost more or less talking wise it's same, but we can differentiate. But as of now, it will be same. So yeah, talk about why do you have to learn? Because that helps. The more we know about it, the better for so we can understand. Better we understand, we can give better feedback, and also the more better we understand, the more we know it, we can provide the intervention better. For example, you're learning now what's a better way to teach, better way to remember, so you can use it in your day-to-day practice. So that is the reason that you should learn about it. So some of you would have already known this. Okay, I've just put it so that small things make. Sometimes I put extra things little bit so that you can remember better. So everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. So whenever all the remedial teachers or special educator teachers should know this, because children are not same. Each children is different. Each child is different, unique and different. Some child will can run faster. Some children can swim fast better, like a fish. Some child can jump better, so read better, sing better, dance better. So they're all are different. But what the education system does is every child has to perform same way, which is not required. Okay, there should be some commonalities and some differences in evaluation of the thing, but the education systems will focuses more on the commonality factor rather than the different ability factors. And it's become some continuous blindly going what, like, irrespective of what the child likes and all. After some time it's completely for example, in India recently, it's not statistics or research anything, as people used to say, somewhere I read it, in India now everybody becomes engineer first and then thinks about what they have to do. So in that way, so all this you can see, new things are coming up. Children are learning about even very young age about computers, very young age coding, and people start school. There are schools starting to try to teach, automatically teach the children to become engineers and doctors. So from the beginning only, so before children realize that what they have to do or what they like or don't like, society decides, society, parents, an environment decides them, okay, you have to do this only and this only. So this is, and our education system also to the extent geared to that. This is not only in a particular country, across the countries. And so I'm just telling, it's just a joke, and because associated with this whatever I told, so the fish shows the education system. Yeah. Okay, so there are some people who say dyslexia is good, they'll become writers, entrepreneurs, artists, singers, musicians, performers. But to be honest, really, how many, where they'll become, it's very less number of people. So people usually say, they'll usually, when we talk about dyslexia, parents, sometimes it's good for the parents to know that, for example, Abhishek Bachchan had dyslexia, Einstein had a dyslexia. So it's good for us to say that. Okay, but thing is, there are very few people, and majority of them fall out of the system. So if you look at this, education pays. So if you look at the average workers here, so average all workers education, for example, here unemployment rate in 2009, it is not in India, US it is. Okay, so if you look, school less than high school diploma. Okay, less than high school means, like, for example, they start about 10th standard to 12th standard kind of, if you look at it, 10th standard. So unemployment is more for them, and weekly earnings is less. Whereas compared to a bachelor's degree, master degree, is professional degree, their unemployment rate is less and the earnings is really more. So education actually works. Education is good. So if you look at it, percentage of people with dyslexia in the workforce, if you look at general workforce, dyslexic children are very less, about 10%. Okay. If you look at the construction workforce, dyslexic people will be more in terms of construction force here, and the non-dyslexic people are this much. So the dyslexic people get to do in terms of more of manual labor, or manual labor, or less less organized work. For example, if you look at in here, what we can see, this is all developed country data. There are no data in, for example, say in India. So I'm just telling in terms of possibilities are there. So children who usually with dyslexic children, as most of you know, drop out of the school, don't complete higher education. So for example, you might see in all the non like unorganized sector jobs in terms of dyslexic children. So intelligence maybe like intelligence is fine, but they can't study further. So that can be like, for example, say uh, for example, delivery workers, mechanics, in terms of carpentry or other thing, and drivers, auto, car, and all. So all these areas you can find children who are dyslexic children, and also in construction work and other all the, yeah, already said mechanic, construction work, carpentry work, and those things. How much of dyslexia is quite a bit of dyslexia. Okay, if you talk about school population, I say about 13-14% of children require special education. Among the children who require special education, half of them have learning disability. Among the children who are learning disability, LD, and about 85% have reading disability. So if you look at the whole population, whatever it is, you can say about 15 to 20% have some sort of dyslexia, one way or the other. If you take the serious criteria, strict criteria, about 6 to 7%, you can say. If you can take the very loose criteria, you can be this 20% can be even 30-40%. But more or less 15 to 20% of dyslexia. I have small mild kind of dyslexia even now. Nobody diagnosed it, but I know it's because I work in this area. I have still I get confused with IE, double L. So quite a bit I have, but because computer has come up, it's quite easy now. It will show the spelling mistake, highlight the spelling mistakes, I'll correct it. So sometimes if I don't know the spelling, I'll write 2-3 spellings and then I'll select, oh, this is correct, and go if I don't have computer. Fine. So some of you also might have. It's quite. Next is a little bit of history. Earlier, it's called minimal brain dysfunction, word blindness, dyslexia, learning disabilities. So now it's more or less they will stick to dyslexia and learning disabilities. Yeah, so specific learning disability, or sometimes if more than one area is involved, they'll call mixed learning disability. Okay, so coming to the part, I talk about, because I'm talking about biology, neurobiology of learning disability. When you talk about this, also comorbidities again is an indication that it's a SLD is a brain condition. So 15 to 40% of children, learning disability children or reading disability children have okay, sorry, ADHD. ADHD is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. On the other hand, 25 to 40% of children have ADHD children have dyslexia. So quite a bit of overlap is there. Again, 30% of LD children have dyscalculia. Okay, sorry, ADHD I already mentioned. On overall, 60% of children with reading disability have one more than this, ADHD or dyscalculia. They meet the diagnostic criteria for the other disorders. So, and also one of the other important comorbid condition is speech and language problem. They do come with speech, language, speech sound disorder, or language processing disorder, and other things. So it's high comorbidity. So the more the comorbidity, one of the indication it's related to the brain, genetics of brain, neurobiology. Okay. Language is a natural language. A brain learns language naturally. For example, listening, observing, interaction. Reading and writing is not natural, but should be taught. So, for example, if all children just have to see parents talking and interacting with other people, they learn automatically. But the reading and writing, it's not natural. It has to be taught. And if you look at it, because thing is, we started speaking, say, like almost like a million years, or at least some 50,000 years before speaking, sort of. Brain is already ready for speaking, right? So that's why you don't find much problem in speaking per se rather than reading and writing. So the brain is already learned. Evolution has already happened in the brain. It already learned. So language areas are more matured compared to reading and writing areas, because if you look at the reading is started recently in terms of evolution. It's about like maximum 3000 to 5000 year backs as compared to the language. So still the brain is still in the process of finally learning fully. That's one of the theory that say. So if you look at the earlier history, okay, Sumerian logographic around 4000 BC, they had this kind of a thing. I'll go through fast. Egyptian, some of you would have noticed, they had this, sorry, this, they has to have this pressing kind of printing kind of a thing. Okay, hieroglyphs, you got different things. You look at this different formats, language. This is the area of the civilization, Egyptian, Harappan civilization. Okay, and Greeks had this. I'll just go through this. Again, Greeks, they added vowels, no space. So later on, now we started having vowels and all. If you look at Abo script, it's mainly visual. Okay, they're all the visual, but now it's more of semantics is added, meaning is added. So how do we learn this? How does the brain learns this language? One of the important practices is neuroplasticity. Okay, neuroplasticity is what's happened is our reading influences the brain and the brain influences the reading. It's mutual. The more the brain is there, because the brain should be there for you to learn. At the same time, when you start learning, that it will itself will influence the brain. Remember, I told that the neurons that fire together wire together. So the more and more and more you read, the more and more brain becomes proficient in reading and memory, reading and understanding and all. Reading requires multiple skills. For example, visual symbols for spoken language, that is letters, characters, ability to identify letters and letter clusters, that is orthographic awareness, it's called. Ability to extract meaning from written language, basic semantics and all, like you have to get the meaning of it. Spoken language broken into smaller units, syllables, words, phonemes, all those things is required for reading. Okay, cognitive basis of reading. Words, most of you know, made up of sound. Sound represented by symbols. Phoneme is the smallest unit of sound unit. Phonological awareness. So when we talk about LD, we talk about mainly dyslexia, specific learning disability. This phonological awareness is the main part of learning. Okay, this is the main part of learning, phonological awareness. Awareness of discrete speech. Children start saying they should know that, okay, when somebody speaks, okay, it has a different sounds, phonemes, elements. So that is the phonological awareness. It can be separated, it can be broken into parts and can be broken into phonemes. This awareness is very, very important. Okay, this is the precursor for the LD. Okay, if main theory now it says is deficits in phonological awareness is one of the main cause for children to have main reason, etiology, children can have learning disability. Okay, orthography is basically letters and how the letters represent of the sounds of a language by printed or written or printed symbols, orthography. So what happens with the literacy? To acquire literacy, okay, they should map. For example, mapping basically orthology and phonography is what you talk about the grapheme phoneme correspondence or letter to sound correspondence. So this both are same. So this is the mapping happens this one. Dyslexia is problems in decoding, reading accuracy and understanding the text. Okay, with for example, when the text is there, when the letter is there, dyslexia is problems in decoding the letters sound. Okay, for example, any word, how to understand the word, so decipher it, separate it, and again making use of the comprehension part of it. Okay, if you look at his other one, this is a model. Okay, triangle model. Okay, so yeah, this model predicts interaction between phonological pathway. Okay, phonological pathway is letter to sounds. If you look at this, letter to sounds, this is the reading, letters to sound semantics. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is the phonological pathway, semantic for letter to meanings and then to sound. Sorry, this is the phonological pathway. Semantic pathway is letter to meaning and then to sounds. So this is the other pathway. So initially what happens is readers use phonological pathway, basically letter to sounds, simple measurement pathway. And later on they should jump to semantic pathway. Okay, and you should remember the context here. Oh, sorry. Context influences. Sometimes children understand even though they don't understand the concept what they're being read, particular word and all, but the context is clear, they understand it because on the concept. So sometimes you might doubt that children who have one place they don't understand certain things, and simple words sometimes they understand the complex words. That is because they understand it because the context is there. Okay. In other places there is no context. For example, what you say is uh, country's democracy. For example, democracy is bigger word compared to country's direct. So children, if they read better country's democracy, they can read it easily and understand it rather than country's direct tax, because countries direct doesn't go together, but usually countries associated with democracy, so they can read easily democracy and to some extent remember better democracy because the context is there in that. Okay, so some of the theories of dyslexia. Okay, phonological, one of the very important theories, phonological processing impairments. Okay, a major theory. Okay, already phonological pathway is impaired, but semantic pathway is less affected. Okay, so phonological pathway, phonology, most of you know, phonological awareness, letter sound correspondence, a sound letter correspondence, all those things comes under phonological pathway. It explains associated defects in verbal short-term memory, automation. For example, slow naming of letters, digits, colors, objects, and word finding difficulties will be there. Associated, they'll have cerebellar dysfunction, that is a small cerebellum that we call in the back brain, small brain. But this theory not much hold it. But what they say is smoothness cerebellar is equal to smoothness. Timing of the speech perception, rabbit versus rabbit. So that part. So this is all phonological awareness for you. You think most of you might know, but anyhow, I'm putting it in case. Okay. So listening, for example, do these words sound the same? Cat and car, you ask that. This phonological awareness, if you check. Alliterations, rhyming is the last one here and here. Alliterations is the starting one. Okay. Happy, hop, happy, begin with the same sound. Rhyming, end with the both words rhyme. Blending is you can join this thing. Syllables is how many syllables are in this word. Wagon. Okay. Or phonemes, how many phonemes are there? Segmentation, can you segment this word into two different phonemes, part of one sound? All these are considered as the phonological awareness. Phonological awareness in terms of difficulty level, the simplest and more complex. And appreciate alliteration, rhymes in sentences. Most of you know the early identification for children is for example, early identification, the risk factor is they can't identify rhymes, then you can suspect that they might have LD. Means like not yes or no, they will dyslexia children take more time in appreciating rhymes and alliteration. Then is different goes here, sound words in spoken sentences, here syllables in spoken words. So here individual phonemes in words is the highest level difficulty level. That's if they achieve this and it's good. This is an easy one. So again, the perceptual in one other thing is, if I talk about phonological processing impairment, okay, phonological processing, phonological awareness. Other theory is perceptual impairment. For example, this theory again, yeah, this also to some extent is there, but not fully. Okay, part. So this talks about for perceptual impairment is both, if you look at this vision, issues with vision, again, issues with auditory. Okay, so we'll talk about issues with vision now. Okay, missequencing, they can't sequence properly. If you look at A, B, C, D, okay, continue the sequence now. E, F, okay. So yeah, but after some big children mix sequence, they'll make a sequence mistakes. A, B, C, E, F, D, G. So it's a sequential mistake. So sometimes they'll miss like that. So it's a problem is missequencing. Reversing letters and numbers, you know, for example, you'll written like this. BT has B, BD mistakes. see letters move across the pages. Not everybody, every child with dyslexia have this, but they do. Some children do have this. Lose their place while reading across the lines of print. Jump from, if they're reading this, they'll jump in other things. Feel sensitive to white glare of the page. So too much glare, because remember I'm talking about the vision here. Vision, perceptual impairment problems. This is not phonological processing. The children who have this perceptual impairment. So these two things here. Visual analyzer, for example, separate letters. DOG, if you look at whole word, there are two kind of a thing. Visual thing that can the phonological, sorry, as a phonological root. A phonological analysis, DOG, understand the different sounds and meanings and all, they understand this dog. Other one is whole word, dog, direct visual analysis. So in your remediation also, sometimes you have to use the whole word approach. I think you also would have known, and also blending, segregating, blending, phonics approach. Phonics, and this is a whole word approach. So sometimes both has to be used. So whatever you get this, the dog. So if you look at this, his letters are jumping. So some as children with dyslexia actually reported that letters goes here and there, jumps, times it doesn't know. So that part, yeah, it's like this. You can see that jumping around. Yeah. So, so if you look at this again, it's nice, interesting the way how the brain works. So this for example, just put example is how the brain reads whole word. So this is not the example to show that SLD children write like this. This is an example of how our brain processes the whole word approach, whole word reading. So initially here and all, it will be difficult for you to read, but by the time you come here, you'll be reading quite fast. This is the name, forget about names. But by the time you come here, your brain already picked up the reading and read fast. So even though, for example, you come here, you automatically brain recognizes intelligence. So this is the whole word approach. This is the beauty of the word. Initially, it will go by letter to letter and chunks. But after some time, your brain learns to read the whole word as such. So there will be template, but the more and more word read, this example that brains keeps on storing the information. So as soon as it matches thing one to other, brain will have a template for intelligence. Word, this one, it doesn't have to read intelligence and all, nothing like that, but it will have the whole word. When they see the whole word, it recognizes the intelligence and reads. This happens only when the more and more practice. So that's why I already mentioned now, the more and more the child reads, the more and more practice, the easier it will become to read. So that's why the usual normal progression of the language and reading happens. Okay. Perceptual impairment, auditory disconnection with what the ear hears and what the brain processes. So there's a problem in receiving, remembering, understanding of auditory information. Impaired perception of consonants, infants less sensitive to speech sounds and that signal change in meaning. But however, this inconsistent finding of abnormal frequency modulation or discrimination, binaural processing, backward masking. This is slightly complex. Basically, what you can learn is a mismatch. Again, I was like, vision is mismatch. Here is a mismatch between what the child hears and the child, whatever they hear, the sound, child is not able to decipher it, segregate it, and not able to translate into writing part of it, or especially put into the words part of it, or letters or symbols part of it. Other areas of cognitive weakness is difficulties in phonetic awareness, already mentioned. Problem with rapid retrieval or rapid automatic naming. I'll talk about automatic naming. Slower response time, poor digit span, poor working memory, visual perceptual confusion, pure executive function. This I'm going to talk about slightly more. Okay. Difficulty in phonetic awareness. So again, already mentioned, I'm just going sometime mentioning is the difficulty with discriminate sounds. Okay, ra from la, glow from glow. This all, remember the auditory processing I said. It's separating the sound, segmenting interval into interval, Okay, rhyming words, ball. What is the word ball? That part. Problems with automatic naming, rapid automatic naming. Children who are slower at naming words as well as non-words showed poorer word ability. Okay, same with the poor retrieval of learned material. Okay, so rapid automation, they have to name the colors of it: black, yellow, red, black, yellow, and this heart, square, circle, or as a coat, dog. So this part of it. So it's not that they cannot name. They're slightly, children with SLD show slight delay. Okay, it's not that they cannot name at all. It's a small delay, but the small delay is enough. For example, like in the classroom when the teacher is teaching, when they take a little bit more time, for example, little bit more time in understanding reading, that when that is enough for them to suffer the have problems in the class, issues with the learning, because the teachers would have already gone to the next sentence or next concept, but the children showing small differences takes time for them to understand. So here you can see the response time. Okay, how much is the response time? Okay, children with the dyslexia take fraction of a second longer to respond to listening to sounds or visually presented symbols. Talk about the response time. They take slightly more time to respond to the things. If you look at the controls here, ignore whatever is okay, it doesn't matter what it is. Dyslexic. So this is the reaction time in terms of milliseconds. So the controls have taken 1.2 seconds. Assume that 1 second as approximately. Dyslexic children will take about 1.5 seconds, 1.1 1.5 seconds for the same reactions of sort of put it. So it's just like, for example, they take small little half a second more than this is a small thing response. Imagine for a long things they have to learn. It adds up 1+1, so many things, it becomes late for everything. Okay, in terms of digit span. Okay, digit span in a sense, for example, if I tell you, like, for example, 37169 and you have to repeat back, it's a digit span. Earlier we used to remember the phone numbers. It has be like, some of you remember that there's be like 6 digits, 7 digits and all. We used to remember the phone. Any new person telling it, we used to remember and write it, but after like few minutes, after 10 minutes, we'd have forgotten it. Okay, so it's okay. That's a digit. It's called digit span, able to remember small information. And jumbled sentences, for example, jumbled sentences. Add 2 plus 4 and subtract the total from 4 plus 6 is all poor digit span, poor working memory aspect. This is a digit span forward and backward. So this part. Okay, 10-year-old dyslexia has similar working memory to younger children matched on reading level. For example, 10-year-old were not equal to 10-year-old, but younger age children which match their reading level. So if you look at it, dyslexic children is blue line. You can say this blue line. Okay. So if you look at this word span, simple complex span and word, all these things, their performance is less. Okay. Their remembering, recalling is less compared to the children without without any reading problems. Okay. Yeah. So in terms of other theories, for example, if you have so much problem in the brain, what will happen? Okay. For example, assume that I usually give the supermarket thing. Assume that when on a Sunday morning, the truck comes late to they have to stock for the Sunday, busy Sunday. Truck comes late. And that the person who was supposed to arrange doesn't have get time, they'll just dump it here. So see, have you seen here, they dumped here and dumped here, where here, all those things. They didn't have time to put it there. Just I'm putting it there, for example, to show, for you to remember. So what will happen, the other person comes to, they'll come and ask, okay, I want this. But they don't know where exactly here, this just dumped here, they have to search everywhere, here. So it takes more time. Sometimes they find it, sometimes they don't find it. Same thing here. But if the organized, they are easy to find. Okay, I'll go there and pick it up and give it to the customer. So so the same thing happens in terms of children with the LD. So what happens there is, because it's not organized properly, so the searching takes long time. Okay, so brain, when teacher tells it, the brain, so children just store it without organizing, without knowing the meaning, without knowing it context. Somewhere it's in the brain, but it's difficult for them to get it, right? And so when they search it, they go and search like this, they may not find. Sometimes they'll find, sometimes they don't find. So this is what happens when there is no learning, when there is learning without without meaning, without association, without connecting. So this is what happens. Again, other thing is meaningful and non-meaningful memory. If you look at the rote learning, connections are not there, not connected there, anything before intervention. Forget about this actually. Okay. So, but meaningful memory, if you see, this is connected to all is connected. Other thing, intervention, for example, other things is all is connected here rather than less full memory learning rather than the rote learning. So most of you know learning happens in a sequence. Okay, so sensory memory, meaningful. If meaningful output goes to the short term, and is practiced here goes to the long term. If that's not meaningful, it will goes out in the dustbin already, and it's not practiced goes to the dustbin clearly. So visual perceptual issues, children with LD, most of you already know, right left confusion, eye hand coordination problem, tying shoelace, clumsiness, they'll fall back, balance, they fall here and there, they can't jump, hop, skipping will be trouble with that. So all those things, writing will be affected. So these are all clumsiness. And for us, if you think, okay, why is BD? There's no confusion. No, B is clearly like this, D is clearly like this, P is like this, and Q is like this. But for the child, if you look at this is the chair, you know, this is also a chair. If you like, both of them a chair. So this is also a chair, this is also a chair. So how we both say this is chair also, this is chair also. There's no confusion for us. For children with SLD also, like dyslexia, they also, for example, this also looks similar, this also looks similar. So in that way, so this both also look similar. So it's also perceptual things. Okay. Other poor executive functions, for example, sequencing, organizing, they see vase as a saw. Okay, confusion. Okay, so like it will be a similar kind of a thing. So sequences, planning problem, error monitoring is very important. They have to check whether what is correct, they're correct or not, especially in maths and all, very important. That monitoring is affected. Inhibition of relevant stimuli. They have to learn to inhibit the irrelevant stimuli, which is not important. So ignore this. So irrelevant stimuli. I ignore this, irrelevant stimuli. So they have to learn to ignore relevant stimuli, but if we don't learn it, there's an issue. Okay. Other part of the dyslexia which I'm talking about, it runs in genetics, hereditary factors, grandma dyslexic, uncle, and then I got dyslexia here. So this part, okay. Few genes identified. Which one it is actually not interested to. It will be difficult for us to understand probably because we are not geneticists, so we don't even know. But however, that is not one single gene, but is the no one single gene, multiple genes. So multiple genes are responsible. Okay. Next is whenever it comes to the genes, we talk about identical twins. Twins, you must know, no twins. Identical twins. So monozygotic is similar. Identical twins. 84% of people chance of having one twin having SLD dyslexia, chance of other child also having is quite high, about 84%. Whereas the twins, which is not identical twins, the chance is only about 29%. When you talk about heritability, there's a concept about how much the genetic variance genes influences the learning disability, reading disabilities, about 0.75, which is quite high. So okay. So in terms of neuroimaging studies, we have two types of neuroimaging, structural and functional. The structural is MRI scan, CT scan. Okay. Functional is fMRI scan, PET scan. Okay. So other things are there. EEG and all that's different. So in neuroimaging studies, when they have done it, okay, this talks about the structures of the brain. Function aspect now doesn't talk about the structures per se, but talks about the functions of the brain. Okay, somebody's mic is unmuted. Please mute it. Yeah. Okay, thank you. The following results are the group differences. Remember it. It's not individual, because whatever I'm talking about, all these things I talk, it's not one. If you take up one child, you don't get it one child. Okay, so it's all the group differences. You take groups, you get it. One single child, if you scan this, you won't get it. Okay, structurally, functionally, you won't get any much difference because it's still not, science is not developed that much yet. So non-dyslexic brain, fluent, fast, and effortless reading. So if you look at this brain usually here, okay. So look at the brain here, okay. Uh, so this area, the three areas, important areas for reading. Okay, I was to say this. One is occipitotemporal, this area. Okay, this area here. Okay, sorry. Okay, this area is a word form. It analyzes the word form. This is the occipital lobe. This is the temporal lobe. This is the parietal lobe. This part is parietal lobe. This is a frontal lobe. Okay, this yellow area, occiput, it analyzes the word form. Okay, this area usually the word analysis. What's the word? Goes more analysis of the word. And this area is the Broca's area. It's a production in terms of talking about speaking, writing, all those things, articulation, word analysis, further analysis happens. So any reading, especially in the reading, these three areas are involved. Okay. Our normal brain already mentioned earlier is okay, normal brain, non-dyslexic brain or normal brain is fluent, fast, and effortless reading. You're seeing my mark, no? Anybody can tell you're seeing my writing, no?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. So, but whereas dyslexic brain, it's laborious, slow, and effortful. It's not that they can't do, but it's laborious, take more effort, and they're slight slow, delayed. So it's more of left frontal lobe, indicating the subvocalization of speech. Dyslexic children use this naturally. For example, frontal lobe, as you told, remember, is motor part here. This area in the brain, if we talk about brain neuropsychology and all, this area is called is the frontal lobe. The whole is frontal lobe, but sort of this Broca's area is referred to the speech area when you talk. And so what happens in the children are seeing is more of left frontal also seen. That is might be really many reasons, because one of the reason is sub-vocalization. They talk when they're reading. We sometimes early children, small children, they talk on their mouth, no, talk and read. And one of the theories of thinking is when you think the mouth small, like some activity will be there in the mouth or brain, motor areas of the brain. So dyslexic children use this strategy also, so sub-vocalization. Also right frontal or right parietal. Okay. So better than this, you can see this thing. Okay, this is the old model here. Okay, how the reading, this is a world model that goes how the reading is here. Visual center, you see the text. When you see the text, when you record the book written here, that will directly go to the visual center. So this is the visual center. So this is the visual center. First information goes here. If you read a book, okay, in the book here goes here, visual center. From here is visual images, analysis of the visual image. Sorry, analysis of the visual images goes. Then auditory images of words. You try to understand the one. Then the motor area of the words goes to the motor center. These are the usual things happens in this thing, but now it's a more complex reading. Reading is not simple, but kind of complex modern vision of a cortical network of reading. So many things are happening. For example, information goes here first. Sorry, first information goes here, then it travels here, occipitotemporal, then it goes everywhere. Okay, so all these regions, meaning area goes. All this green color is a meaning area. Okay, meaning area, punctuation, articulation, all those things is this area. Okay, visual word form area, analyze what type of word, the another thing. So top down attention and serial reading, all those things happen in this area. It's more complex now. This also looks like complex, but it's also coming to in terms of brain. This is very simplified. We have billions of neurons. It's not easy to figure out what's actually happening there in clearly. Okay, other difference in terms of what SLD children is, it's called like planum temporal, the area what you highlighted, this is the left typical brain, normal person's brain. This is the problem with the people with dyslexia. So left hemisphere, as usual, this is left hemisphere. This is left hemisphere, right hemisphere, left hemisphere, right hemisphere. Okay. If you look at this, the left planum temporal and right planum temporal is the same thing. The three possible, one of this theory says three possible profiles are there. So if this is normal, it's because typical brain, if you look at this size and this size, this is higher, this is more than this. Left side is more than this. So it's quite natural because learning reading and writing, language and all, left hemisphere is more involved than the right hemisphere. So this pattern is seen in the normal people. Okay, this is a typical one. Second one is dyslexia. If you look at this, some of the people with dyslexia, they showed more symmetry. This is asymmetry. Asymmetry means not equal. Some people with dyslexia showed that they are more equal, which is not supposed to be there. So one of the criteria. Other thing is, one second. Okay, other thing is, if you look at this area, this particular area here, this is more in the people with dyslexia extra compared to here. It's extend further. Okay, this is more here. This area is more, which is not there here, or which is not there in other normals also. This Xperia country, it is not there here. Okay, so this is also a reason for people saying a dyslexia, children with dyslexia show this kind of asymmetry. Okay, so other thing is, if you look at the typical brain, already mentioned now, already whatever mentioned there here. So typical normal children, these three areas get activated with the SL. When reading, these three areas get activated. But with the dyslexic, if you look at it, there is absence of this area here. The only frontal region is activated. This part is not. It's like it's surprising more. This is not like yes or no. It's not like this. Not like this. This is like more or less. More or less. Okay. So this area is not much active. So when talk about why they are saying is, so dyslexia, if you look at it, they're more effortful reading. They spend more time, more takes more analysis and all those things. When now whichever is effortful, right? Remember, I also told about subvocal, little bit subvocal speech. Subvocal is they slightly when we are reading, we talk in the brain, no? We talk in the mouth. Sometimes bigger children, they can't read silently. They will talk. So children with SLD, there's something they showed, they will reading, they also pronounce words. So they're in the mouth trying to pronounce it like while reading silence here. So like this, so the more activities here. More, and also if you look at the frontal lobe is effortful processing. This is the sort of automatic processing. So what they showed in the dyslexic children is the processing, the brain, when they're reading, the more effort and the effortful processing, not smooth processing. Remember what I told here? See, normal children, fluent, fast, and effortless reading, which all these three areas are involved. For dyslexic children, laborious, slow, and effortful reading, right? So whenever this smooth, if effortful reading goes here, smooth reading is also this involved. So children with dyslexia is not smooth reading; it's effortful reading. So that's the thing. Only this area is activated. So if you look at this part, so dyslexic children, not only that only frontal area is activated, they also activate the right hemisphere of it and backward of it. So for example, is non-impaired, they have to see that only this left hemisphere is there, there's no right hemisphere. But for the dyslexic children, only frontal is more. Look at the small thing, little bit here and the more here. Frontal region some more, and also the right hemisphere also involved. That is like they try to recruit all whatever possible ways to read. More of effortful reading. So reading is not automatic, effortful, and extra time feels rushed. Okay. So this is one of the reasons why people say that for children with SLD, we should give more time because they struggle more effort. Okay. And also shown that with adequate training and improvement, once they train and children show increased brain function after training. After training, what happens if you look at this? Earlier picture, it was there, no, this was not there here. This if this area is not there. So after training, you can see this area is also active now. So once they become remediation, all those things, the effortful processing becomes effortless. So when that is one of the very good evidence, that very good justification that your whatever remediation you are going to do with the children, it will go into effect and it can see changes in the brain. Okay. Yeah. Any doubt till now?
Participants, if you're having any doubt, please feel free to ask. Is anybody having any doubts?
Some of it may be quite technical, but I'm trying to simplify it as much as possible.
Anybody? If you're having any questions, please ask.
Okay, ma'am. Continue. Okay. So other
Okay.
theory is called magnocellular theory or magnocellular hypothesis. So if you look at this brain system, they try to differentiate magnocellular pathway and parvocellular pathway. So if you look at the red part, magnocellular pathway is sorry. So magnocellular pathway is a red color here. Okay, pathways. Vision, usually, as I told, all the information comes here from vision areas. Vision areas comes here. So from here, the tooth, okay, eyes, okay, they've called, okay, like this for here. Okay, on the eyes, whatever you get it, goes through the thalamus part, and thalamus goes to this. From this part, okay, there are two places. Magnocellular goes to the Ware pathway. It's called Ware pathway, recognition, identification, visual language, and all. Other parvocellular is the other one, goes to the down. It's called Watt pathway. So what it is and where it is. So that one. So people say that I'll simplify the whole thing. Children with learning disability has, they say, problem with the magnocellular pathway. Okay, if you look at the simple thing is here, see normal word, time, look at the time goes like this and space. Okay, normal people, they read word as word. No doubt it is. When the magnocellular, this is a magnocells working there, simple things. Dyslexic children, what happened if you look at this word, they read it as rob. At the same time, look at the time. They've taken about 40 time, small, lesser to more, less time, more time. So because they've taken 40 seconds delay here, children with dyslexia compared to the normal. Okay, they've taken more time if you look at it. So this is the one. And also as you can see, it is not clear here, like clearly it goes here, this confusion here. Offset, overlap, confusion, misrecognition, so all those things, you can see the difference in the magnocellular pathway. So magnocellular pathway, how does it work here? If you look at it, magnocellular abnormality, okay, biological abnormality. So it leads to slow environment and behavioral aspect, cognitive environment, behavioral. So biological thing is, for example, is magnocellular abnormality, slow processing, visual defects, auditory deficits, poor throat discrimination, phonological deficits, poor speech recognition, poor grapheme, phoneme, poor reading. So magnocellular deficit, finally, it can lead to SLD. So this and all I'll slightly skip. It'll become more technical. Even though there is not fully consensus on it, but many studies shows that magnocellular deficits is possible in the things. Okay. Other Shavit's model talks about three areas. Okay. Slow pathways and which rely on Broca's area, which already mentioned, parieto-temporal, occipital temporal mentioned, other actually, but three areas is there. Reads by slowly. Broca's area reads by slowly sounding out words. Okay, fine. Slowly sounding out words, the endpoint of the article system. Parietal temporal, sort of slightly backward of the brain region, slowly pulls words apart by analyzing the spatial arrangement of sounds. This is crucial for spelling. Occipitotemporal automatically recognize the word form. So for example, hold word, what I was talking about, that regions. Different subtypes different subtypes of dyslexia. Phonological, surface, mixed. We don't usually go with it, but it's good to know sometimes some of the ways is there. So you can see evidence of, for example, say phonological thing here. So, but if there's a brain area is involved, okay. So yeah, phonological, say difficulty in same sound, different spelling. If you look at it, I, buy, die. So irregular words here, irregular words. Listen, it's not regular words. Listen, not doesn't match phonology. That and psychology, sword doesn't match clearly. So if you look at it, irregular words. Okay, surface. surface kind of dyslexia. This is a bit like not the meaning part. Simple. Like look at outside little bit. Island is read as Island. Island. Is read as exactly as Island. Grind is read as grind. Listen, listen, listen. List and 10. Listen is read as this. Begin read as begin. Pigging. So these are the surface part of it. So yeah. Next is the mixed dyslexic. Okay, mixed dyslexia, as you can see, read it as you can't figure out exactly what is the mistakes. Advice is read as can be anything, a mixed of many things. So that aspect, and then the okay, deep dyslexia is for deep dyslexia goes in terms of phonetic. These areas are involved. Phonetic, for example, dinner they can read as food. Watch they can read as clock. So it's quite deep, and this particular area is involved. So again, I finished the sort of dyslexia. Little bit I talk about dysgraphia. There's quite a bit already spoken. Any doubts till now?
Participants, if you're having any doubts, feel free to ask. If anybody is having any doubts, please ask.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, during this time, you told me there is sometimes the dyslexic children are saying jumbling of words. And why this is happening? That means this is due to the brain dysfunction or due to the sensory impairment.
Ma'am, I
Visual
didn't.
or the visual.
Ma'am, can you speak louder, ma'am, little bit?
There is once you explained that dyslexic children are saying the letters is jumbling.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is due to the brain dysfunction or particular sensory impairment, especially in the visual area, due to the visual impairment or the dysfunction of the brain. Why this is happening?
Ma'am, actually, if you, as I told, if you look at one scanning of one particular child, is very difficult to find out what is the problem. Actually, we cannot directly say what is the issue with it. So whenever this jumping kind of a thing is called, it's usually it goes to the how the brain interprets the information. It is not in the vision system. It is in the brain. Okay, so in that way, usually. So that I can talk a little bit. I skipped about this magnocellular suppressions, parvocellular. We talk about one suppressing the other activity. So brain, actually, if you look at the brain functions in a different way. So some areas should act to make it some areas active. It has to suppress other areas. For example, I'm talking now in a particular thing. My brain has to suppress lot of other areas. So brain works in both ways. It inhibits some functions and facilitates some function. So if we talk about magnocellular and parvocellular, all this one, so that clearly explains some areas. It suppresses the one aspect and another aspect. It's slightly technical, that part, but it's actually the brain prop. It's a brain issue, man. And also because the brain mediates through eye. For example, what do we say? Saccades. Saccades is when actually if you're looking at one particular place, you're not actually looking at that particular place. Your eyes are continuously moving, small adjustment which you can't notice. You won't notice it. So it's usually brain which affects through the eyes. It's like both are involved.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Are there any other doubts? If you're having any other doubts, please feel free to ask. Participants, if you're having any doubts, please feel free to ask.
Okay, I'll continue, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Next is dysgraphia. A little bit talk about it because more of like whatever theory I've already mentioned, like neurobiological aspects. This also is involved for this. So this is going to be a little bit brief. Writing, for example, dysgraphia is a sort of confusing term. Can be confusing term. Basically, dysgraphia is problem with writing per se. Problem is writing, but people we use it not only for writing, more or less, dysgraphia is actually now means in terms of spelling. Okay, so dysgraphia means the problem with the spelling rather than rather than the handwriting or punctuation spacing. So but technically it's handwriting, but which is not used to this. It is like morely dysgraphia means currently it's about problem with spelling. So again, with spelling involves orthographic coding, ability to encode visual information in printed words rapidly, accurately, and automatically. Poor writers have more visual monitoring and less automaticity. For example, already I mentioned sound to letter, letter to sound. Letter to sound is reading. Sound to letter is equal to writing, spelling. So this is dysgraphia, this is dyslexia. Okay, so what we are talking about is sound to letter. So what happens is you hear a sound, most of you know already, like grapheme to phoneme, phoneme to grapheme. So you have to convert that sound into letters, particular letters. So you should know that what letters corresponds to what sounds. So then only you'll be able to do it. So this is about basically little bit about dysgraphia, what functions are involved. Okay, so what other apart from this, what apart from visual monitoring, other things, all rapid finger succession, accuracy in finger lifting, spreading, recognition, and localizations are all involved. So if you look at this, yeah, so the writing, most of you can recognize all different types of learning will be there. This is simple, it's going to be more complex. This is like more neurological problems you can see in this child, this particular child, neurological brain, more of brain issues, multiple areas in terms of spelling, in terms of handwriting, motor, fine motor. This is activated rather than these things. This is more or less, you can look at, this is like spellings, almost motor area is sort of okay, but still involved, and also spelling is involved. This is slightly more of spelling rather than so much about handwriting and spacing and all those things. Genetics of dysgraphia is almost same as dyslexia, but however, compared to dyslexia, one thing is not much research is done on separately about dysgraphia per se, because most of the research focuses on dyslexia rather than dysgraphia. Okay, dysgraphia, and also difficult to found only dysgraphia without sometimes reading. So it's not easy. Dyslexia, you might find more people, but dysgraphia only, it's not that easy to, like in terms of sample size, it's like less. So again, neuroimaging studies, you can see here is more motor, sensory, cerebral automaticity is involved. Good writers, you can see that left side of the thing is parietal, sort of parietal, this area is involved, and the right side is involved. Whereas poor writers, for example, more parietal, more posterior regions, occipital region, cerebellum region is involved in terms of the poor writers. Again, if you look at the spelling is better than motor, reading, and overlap. So this, for example, this area overlaps in terms of brain, in terms of spelling. But if you ignore this part now, if you concentrate only on this spelling part, if you look at all these areas are involved on the left hemisphere spelling, writing the spelling. The right hemisphere is very less.
Participants, please mute your audio. Sir, you may continue.
Yes, okay. Reading and writing though appear separate system, they depend. So reading and writing, I already don't think is a separate system. They depend on common language processes, common structural, common brain areas, and temporal processes. For example, language, speech, sequential. Temporal processes, temporal we all the time say is left hemisphere. If you talk about brain like this, so this is left hemisphere, right hemisphere. Most of you know, I didn't put it separately. This is most of artistic, art, music, dance. This is involved. This is more of language. Left hemisphere more of language, maths, in terms of logical reasoning, and all. Okay, but this is one way of putting. So other way of putting is if you erase this, for example, hold on. So if you erase this, other way of putting is, if you erase this, This is in amount of sequential. Sequential is parallel processing. Sequential means one after another. Temporal. Basically, because when you say language is sequential. We had, because we continuous one after another we speaks, no. So this is language is special. Even writing, reading, everything is in terms of sequential. So language, speech is sequential. So that part. Okay, fine. So in terms of developmental sequence of the child develops, for example, speech happens first, then comes language, then reading, then comes, then writing. So this is the developmental sequence of both. This much. So that's a simple little bit about dysgraphia. Now more little bit moving to the dyscalculia in terms of mathematics. So I'll just leave it now. You can read now. It's evident here. Sometimes I keep quiet so that you can focus more. Suddenly, if you realize me not talking, you focus more on the screen. It happens sometimes. Against me speaking monotonous, this is there clearly. You can read now. Yeah. Most of you might be knowing this because I don't have to teach you this. Actually, you might be knowing. You are better equipped than this. So, okay, myths. Again, I skip the myths. Okay, most animals can count to some extent. Okay, very less compared. For example, less numbers in terms of the compared to the children. Okay, compared to the children. Estimate numbers are comprehend more or less comparable to an infant. Okay, numerical abilities in babies include discriminating up to 4 objects. Okay, even 1 week old babies are sensitive. In chimpanzees, numerical ability is almost comparable to preschool children. Actually, one recent study has standard out chimpanzees sometimes young chimpanzees, for example, say 3-year-old chimpanzee does better is better in terms of some numerical ability, remembering things compared to a 3-year-old child in terms of certain things. Okay, let's not go about it. Let's stick to the mathematics here per se. Okay, these are the 4 biological things driven by quantity. Okay, for example, okay. So if you look at subitizing, something stopped here. Okay. Can you see the screen? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The screen is moving?
No.
It's fine.
Okay. No, it's saying my screen, your screen sharing is paused. What is that? Screen sharing is paused, it's saying. Who paused it? Okay. Sorry. I didn't share. Okay, fine. Can you see now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So when children say which number is taller, they can easily say. People who can answer this question just as quickly as accurately as people without learning ability. So children with dyslexia do this, they say which is taller than this, easily say. But when you talk about which number is greater, normal children say this, but dyslexia children will get confused. So confusion. So this part. Okay. So, and again, if you look at this, counting this concept 3, counting the dots and naming numbers and number comparison, this you can say before that, sorry, I forgot to elaborate in asking this. Subitizing. What is subitizing is we all have the ability to count without counting 1, 2, 3, 4. We can clearly know without counting. So it's a 3, this is 4. For example, if you put 3 marbles in front of you, without going 1, 2, 3, you can easily automatically say very fast, you can say 3. Same thing with 4. But after that, you need to count. Humans being after practice, you can count till probably maybe 5. Some can go even sort of more than that. You don't need to count. Blindly, you can say. So that's called subitizing. Animals also can do subitizing till 4. Okay, it's called then ordinality. They know which is more or less. So talking about more or less, animals know, children also know. Counting, they can count up to 4 sometimes, children, without even knowing the counting, some 1 2 3 4 something. Their arithmetic sensitivity to combining and decreasing quantities in small sets. So why I'm telling is, children with dyscalculia have shown problem with subitizing earlier. Okay, they have problem with subitizing, and already mentioned about more or less here. Okay, more or less, where is it? Yeah, sorry. More or less I'm figured out. They can't figure greater or smaller easily, and they also have problem with subitizing. For example, this is subitizing, they're saying 3. Okay, if you look at the dot counting, the dot counting here, and number naming numbers here, and the comparison here. If you look at it, children with dyscalculia, this one, they're taking more time. If you look at this, the children without dyscalculia taken less time, children with more time. Children with dyscalculia have taken more time, simple things. So subitizing and counting dots, even though it's just very small, if you look at this, hardly any small. This 3/4 of a second to 1 second, and this is like 1 second to 1.5 second, even though it's like half a second, if you can say. But imagine they're not dealing with one number, two numbers. As we get progress, they're dealing with more and more and more numbers. So there's a lot of confusion in their brain, in terms, takes more time in terms of calculating. This is other reason the government remediation of facilities for children with extra time. Okay, I'll skip this part. Okay, yeah. So see, if we look at this, the brain in terms of this, there's more frontal activation at the beginning of the math learning process. As usual, most of the area frontal regions are involved. This is all frontal region. Left hemisphere, this is looking from the left side of the brain, top of the brain, left, this again, and this is right side of the brain. More of frontal lobe is activated. So specialization of brain areas at the back of decreased activity of the front. Once the more maths is learned, the frontal region here is not there, but more of posterior regions are activated. Not on the right, on the left, if you look at it. So that part. In children with dyslexia, however, this shifting activity from the anterior to the posterior regions of the brain is delayed. This is a normal process. Children will learning before learning maths, after learning good maths. But with the children, the brain, this delay is delayed for them. So again, there's different areas of the brain. This is mathematics is the troublesome. So because I already mentioned about brain, I'm going to skip this to some extent because we are almost reaching the time. Dyscalculia may include deficit with poor language, along with that, and verbal retrieval skills, working memory, executive functions, and faulty visual spatial problems, which I'm going to explain next is now. Skip this. Okay. Yeah. So if you look at what is the problem, chronological loop is a problem. It's a working memory or as such. If you look at this, a working memory has three different components, 1, 2, 3 components working memory. The chronological loop is problem. Their problem with retrieval maths packs, writing dictated number is a problem. Visual spatial sketchpad is like, for example, right parietal lobe. Mental math is a problem. Magnitude comparison, geometric proof, executive functions, transcoding mental operations. So that again there will be issue. So again, select the problem with the select executive function. Here I'm talking about brain region and what is a math skill. So I'll just skip fast because I don't want it to be too technical. Again is actually continuously you are listening for 2 hours, which is not good. Because attention span is about 40 minutes, 45, 42 minutes, and you're reading almost 2 hours now. Attention problem, problems in the, for example, procedure, they might forget. Operation, they might make mistake in operation, misaligned values. Planning, for example, poor estimation, selection of what to do. So that part will be there. Again, organization problem in the brain, inconsistent lining of math equation, frequent erasers, because not planned anything. When you're not planned, you keep on erasing thing. And self-monitoring problem with self-monitoring. Again, you don't double check it. So these are the things. So math error fact, for example, if you put like math error factor is problems in word retrieval. So retrieval of the verbal retrieval 11 is just like, even though the forgot this one operand error here, procedural error due to primarily poor attention or executive functions. word problem difficulties, again verbal issues with the matching with the verbal and the already mentioned this here. So yeah, poor language and verbal retrieval skills that affects the mathematic abilities. Okay, so this is almost complete. If you look at this, the talking about the what the government should do, what is looking at this is a reality. Okay, one child is having too much of inequality or reality, too much of facility, other child is okay average, other child is less. So how do you, these other equalities, for example, this child is getting the apple and this child is not getting the apple. So what are you going to do with this? So next comes the equality part. So you provide common one access to everybody. So for example, in the school system, as you look, children are different. Children are different. Children are different. So what will you do? People say, okay, provide equal opportunities. So is it equal opportunities enough? Equality enough? Enough. It is not enough, because what you're doing is providing equal education for all. Say one teacher for everybody, or same kind of teaching, same kind of benefits. Doesn't happen, because even though if people are different in terms of height here, so this is not enough. So you provided this chair here, but this is not enough. The child can't reach still, because far away here there are no apples and can't reach. So sometimes equality is not enough. So equality is not enough. So everybody says equality. What more is required is what we say is equity. Okay, equity is this child required more, so you provide more. Correct. This child is required a little bit, provide this. This child does not require, no need. It is not that people should not comment about, okay, oh, this getting more benefit and I'm not getting. Because technically, you're already having the benefit here. Why do you need benefit? So the exercise goes on and on. So this is, for example, children with SLD, LD, where require more special education, like same thing. To assess this, more child provided here, required more special remediation training, one-to-one coaching, more extra time in college, school exams, and ignoring the extra subject when we have to study the third language, whatever, second language, third language, is it required, exempting from them or certain subjects. So all this becomes equality. Equity, not equality. So this is equality. This is what is desirable. Okay, this is what we talk about mainly. But is that enough? Is that enough? Society, we can aspire for more. This is what the maximum disability benefits, school exemption, remedial coaching, remedial teaching, special educator, all those things is supposed to be done, right? We can go one step more than that. This is called the justice. So the systemic barrier, what was earlier systemic barrier, compound was there earlier. That compound has been removed now. Okay, compound was there. That compound has been removed now. There is no compound. You don't need to watch or need to have a compound for this. The system barrier which requires special things can be removed. For example, if you look at this, the tree is supported bent. Earlier, the tree is one-sided. So what they have done is tree is bent other side also. To park this part is goes like this. So this child earlier only this child had access. This child didn't have much of a thing. So what you're doing is this also bent like this. So this child also has equal access. So all those things equal access along with this child also. Though this is like more of egalitarian justice. So this correcting what is actually wrong with the system itself. You're changing the whole system. For example, if you talk about in SLD, in dyslexia SLD, for example, say whole syllabus is changed accordingly. Different examination is given for different types of exams is given for different children. For example, okay, oral, we say oral exams. But in a board system, there is no oral exams. So it's an unfair thing. So even though that one board system, what is sort of equality there's no equity in board system. Or there's no justice there. So in terms of it, so we have to change the system, whole system itself to cater to all types of ability and disabilities. So this is the final thing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. It was really informative. So now, I request all the participants to turn on your videos. We are going to have a photo session with our resource person. Please be ready for the photo session. Kindly request all the participants to turn on your video so that we can have a photo with our resource person. All of you, please turn on your videos. Participants, please turn on your videos. Everybody, please turn. Participants can mute their audios and please turn on your video. Everybody, please be ready. Thank you so much. Sir, thank you so much once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All the best for all of you. Yeah.
Thank you
So
so
any,
much. Sir.
any doubts that we can take questions, or time is up?
Sir. Is anybody having any questions? I guess it's a no, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you
All
so
the
much,
best.
sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I can leave, ma'am.
Now for the... Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you.
So one person having Mr. Father Binu has any question, I think. I can see that as raised. Yes, sir. Sir, we can't hear
Father
you.
Binu, are you having any questions?
Sir, you have to unmute, sir.
Father Binu, can you unmute?
It was muted from there. I have a doubt.
Yes, sir.
From what age we can start a remedial teaching? KG section or now normal school, some problem is there. Small children are telling they are not able to remember after studying. They are not able to remember. So in what age should we start with the remedial teaching?
Okay. Okay, sir. Yeah, I didn't touch upon the remedial part or teaching training part because the topic for me was different. So
Okay.
anyhow, I can talk now. So as soon as you realize that child having problem, you can start. So probably had more time or different thing I would told. There are a lot of warning signs, high risk children with the risk, what you say with high risk of having SLD. For example, a child of 2 years should be able to appreciate the rhymes. Okay, rhymes, for example, alliteration, songs, and all those things. There are some children are slow in talking. Some things they'll talk like child way more, and they sometimes the words. There's, for example, elephant. They might say esamat, elapet, something like that. So this should improve slowly as small children do, definitely, but this is slowly improve as they become older. But if there's not improving, the continuing in terms of it small things, you can think that okay, yeah, they might have problem with SLD. You can start immediately as soon as possible. You can start. You can then aspect, for example, talk about you start with the rhyming thing, teaching them rhymes, alliterations, games, eye-hand coordination games, fine motor skill, and some simple things about different colors and numbers and letters as much as possible. You can start phonics, even, for example, say 3 to 4 year old child, basic things. So you don't have to wait until the formal diagnosis. The formal diagnosis, the government says now 8 years you have to diagnose formally. You don't have to wait. 8 years is already late.
What is the maximum age if it is high school, or is there any maximum age if we are coming across with a high school student or the higher secondary school students? Is there
Yes,
there
sir,
any
that is,
limitation?
see, that is, yes. Sir, what is thing is, because SLD is not a yes or no. Dyslexia is not yes or no. It's a gradation, small to high. So small problems, they can improve more. Okay. So even if you start late, they can improve to some extent. Okay. But the severe dyslexia, it's very difficult in a later age. So even, for example, what they say is, 1 second, sir. 1 second. I'm getting phone call. Hello. I'll bucket here, nodi bucket ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ yellow color bucket gate ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸಾಕು. Sorry.
Okay, sir. You are muted, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
So
can you please unmute?
yeah, unmuted, man. So if you started before like first standard, second standard, improvement is a very good improvement you will find. After that, it'll be slowly reducing. What the research says is, one of the research said is about 85% of improvement you can see before first standard. Afterwards, it will become slightly less in terms of genetic influence of training, environment and all will be less after like say first standard. So about 85% to think if you continue before first standard, it will be right. Afterward, it's not like you can't improve, but the improvement will be less minor, less and less and less. And also you have to remember is children's syllabus increases. See, first standard is by like this, second standard increase. So when the syllabus is increased, when you're focusing on one aspect, other is growing, syllabus is growing, other subjects they included. So it become more difficult also. It's not like, for example, 10th standard or first PU, 10th, 7th, 9th standard, you can't start the remediation. You can do it. But thing is, imagine the 9th standard doesn't have only English or Malayalam. They have English, Malayalam, Hindi, science, maths, everything. So if you focus only on that, other areas get affected. So they'll take more time. That's why sometimes uh, they have to take second attempt, third attempt to pass, because they focus on only one subject. So they'll take more time in that way.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you for the Binu. Is there any further doubts? Participants, if you're having any doubts, please feel free to ask. Is there anybody having any doubts?
I think no, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, thank you so much.
I can leave now, ma'am.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
the best for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, now for the attention of participants, there are 150 registered participants. Only those are requested to take the test. Others are not requested to take the test. Only the registered 150 participants are in a need to take the test. So, we will have our noon sessions from 1 o'clock. Now we are having our lunch break. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Hope you all had your lunch. So please be energetic for our session. So for this session, I welcome Dr. Jose Anthony, Professor, Department of Social Work, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi. Jose sir is a postgraduate with doctoral degree in social work. Currently, he is the president of Association of Schools of Social Work in Kerala. He is also an approved research guide of Mahatma Gandhi University and Sri Shankaracharya. Joe sir is not new to us. Sir, you have carried out wonderful sessions and enlightened the minds of many. We were eagerly waiting for your sessions. Hearty welcome, sir. Sir, sir, can you
Hello.
hear me?
Yeah, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
In between, I had a
Hearty
call. That's
welcome,
why.
sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, shall we begin?
Sure, sir. We begin.
Okay, I shall try to share my screen.
Okay, sir.
Can you see the slide now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see.
Okay. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, hi to all. So happy to be back again with Sneha Sadan during this webinar program. And specifically, the topic is really very promising. And I think I'm working on that particular topic today. That is brain through heart. That's my topic today. So welcome to everyone who is listening to me, and also a big hi and thanks to or congratulations to the team Sneha Sadan for organizing such a wonderful webinar series for all the special educators, rehabilitation workers, or generally social workers and the community here in the state. And also I think there are participants from other states in India. So congratulations to Sneha Sadan and welcome to everyone to this session. Okay, I think somebody is working with the screen, so scratches are coming up with the screen. Okay, I don't know how it happens. Okay, shall we begin? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my theme today is teaching brain through heart, and we will discuss that particularly in the context of learning disability. And that's what I work with. Okay, so when we really look upon the concept of education in the contemporary system, we all are really to a great extent really worried, or more than being worried, we are really agitated to the situation, because students are feeling really tough with the new conditions. The general education is always looking upon with achievement and the standards they make, but the students, teachers, parents government system, the entire social system is feeling a bit really challenged. What will be the outcome of this particular new normality of struggle, and how the teachers community, the students community, and the learning environment is coping up with the new struggle situation in the entire global scenario, not only with Kerala or not only with India. This is rather similar with the global scenario. Recently, I had an interaction with the teachers in South Africa, and they also shared the same thing. They are also feeling very, very skeptical about the outcome of this particular new normality in educational system. The usual educational system, or basically teaching and learning, is assessment based system. Assessment means how far they have done it. So the students are being regularly assessed through different levels of examinations, different systems of exams. And a new, it's not new, but a very, very powerful thinking is coming in with the general education system, that is outcome. What is the outcome of this process? Because this concept is very essential once we deal with the issues of the special children. And definitely, we know when the general social system is normal, we find children specifically challenged due to various reasons. And the teachers who are dealing with the specially challenged children are always known as special teachers.
We are really sorry for the inconvenience caused. Participants, please mute your audios. Please. Sir, you may continue.
Okay, yeah. So we live with a system where the entire social educational system or the environment is being challenged today. Not only the special children or the special teachers or special schools, but everybody is challenged. And once everybody is challenged, the challenge of the teachers who are dealing with the challenged children specifically is much more challenging. Once you are dealing with a student who is having a mentally challenged system, a student who are having a learning disorder or a learning disability or a psychiatric issue or a severe emotional problem, once we deal with such students or children, the challenge is very, very high. And what I think is the special context of the children with learning disability. So generally what I was trying to just say is the general educational system across the globe is challenged. And the condition of the specially challenged children, the teachers who are dealing with the specially challenged children, and the general people who are engaged with them, parents, government, schools, every system is having special challenges during this the stage of normality, specifically with the pandemic of COVID-19 and other natural calamities. It is not only the COVID issue. We are also encountering a number of natural calamities across the globe. Global warming is there. Melting of the ice in the north and south poles are there. The rising of the water level in the sea is there. And the flood system is there. So different environmental, social, economical, political, cultural systems challenged and destabilized are also challenging the special education, specifically once you deal with the case of children with learning disability. So before we move into the presentation specifically with the system, I may just go with the basic concepts we are dealing today. First, what is ability? Ability is the competency and skill as expected, appropriate to the age and peers. I have the ability to speak. I have the ability to write. I have the ability to learn. I have the ability to walk. I have the ability to play. I have the ability to love. I have the ability to eat. I have the ability to dress up myself. I have the ability to behave well in the social order. I have the ability to learn English, Hindi, Malayalam, Sanskrit, or I have the ability to calculate. I have the ability. So every individual being is provided with a number of abilities, which we call competency and skill. And that is normally expected from a person in a particular level at a given point of age and the peers around him. So that is what we call ability. And what is difficulty? Difficulty is our condition in which we are not being able to perform as expected, but readily responsible to the intervention. That is the concept of difficulty. I cannot perform as is expected by others or expected by me, but if I work on that, I can resolve that because I am responsible to that intervention. I'm capable. I have the ability to overcome the difficulty in performing. That's the way we read it. And what is differential ability? You all know that. Abilities which are different from the usual, expected, and many a times not properly understood or recognized by the common. That is a differential ability. I may not have the normal, as we call, ability to do certain things, but I may have a differential ability. That is usually what we really look upon the challenged children today, that they are not disabled, but they have differential abilities. Because of various reasons, various manifestations, various typologies are there, we call it. And disabled ability. See, in your mobile or in your computer, you have a number of programs installed in it. And if you want, you can keep some of the programs disabled. We call it the abilities are there, but not functioning properly to be as expected. And sometimes we call it hidden ability. We don't know whether it is there, but it is there. That is, we call the hidden ability. It can be intentionally disabled or naturally disabled or accidentally disabled. Different ways you can feel this concept of disabled ability. Or we call what is disability. This is a perpetual absence of the ability in terms of competency and skill, and very difficult to cure or fix, but can be managed with proper identification and supportive interventions. And we are talking about learning disability, not learning ability, not learning difficulty, not differential ability, not disabled ability. We are dealing with learning disability. Characteristics may be perpetual absence of the ability in terms of competency and skills, very difficult to cure or fix, but can be managed. That's what we understand. So what we do with them? Teaching, facilitating, training, managing, different ways we use. So this is how we really get into the context of learning disability or people with learning disability. And we will also have a bit more concrete look into the concept of learning disability. Learning disabilities are disorders that affect the ability to understand or use spoken or written language, do mathematical calculations, coordinate movements, or direct attention. Although learning disabilities occur in a very young children, the disorders are usually not recognized until the child reaches school age, because basically in school, specifically in the initial years of the basic schools, we understand their ability to speak, to write, to calculate, and all. And learning disabilities are usually identified in the pre-KG classes or KG classes or in the primary learning systems. Learning disabilities should not be confused with learning problems or learning difficulties. Why? Which are primarily as a result of the visual, hearing, or motor handicaps. The basic infrastructural or what to say, basic body capacities are being affected, so they cannot perform. Or there may be systems where the intellectual disabilities are there, retardedness is there, or emotional disturbances are there, or environmental or cultural or economic disadvantages are also there. In such situations, the people experience learning problems. or they experience learning disabilities. Some of their learning abilities may be disabled, but we don't call them learning disabilities. Because generally speaking, people with learning disabilities are of average or above average intelligence. There's a very clear understanding that learning disability is never an indication of their intellectual ability. But only thing is that they cannot perform it well. That's a trouble now. There often appears to be a gap between the individual's potential and actual achievement. That's the trouble. That's the real focus. The potential is there, but actualization is different. So what we do, there is a gap between the expected performance based on their potential, but it is not coming out because of various reasons. There is water in the tap, the connectivity is there, we have opened the tap, everything is okay, but nothing is coming out. We don't know why. And that situations we talk about basically learning disabilities are referred to as hidden disabilities. They are sometimes called as hidden disabilities. The person looks perfectly normal and seems to be a very bright and intelligent person, yet may be unable to demonstrate skill level expected from someone of a similar age. That is basically what we understand by the word. Normal intelligence, normal behavior, everything is okay, but the person cannot perform as his or her peers are doing it. A learning disability cannot be cured or fixed because it's a lifelong challenge as a learning disability, but it's not a challenge for the life. It's a lifelong challenge with the learning process, but never it is a challenge to the life. However, with appropriate support and interventions, people with the learning disabilities can achieve such school or a success at school, work, relationship, and in the community, in the general living. This can affect a child's self-esteem and motivation. That's very true because it challenges the child, that person, throughout the life, not only at school. So we should have a comprehensive understanding on what is learning disability before we go with the system of brain through the heart. And definitely, as all of you are different way learned with system, you might be knowing what is what are the types of learning disabilities. So learning disabilities is an umbrella. It's not a single term. An umbrella term describing a number of other more specific learning disabilities. Okay, so we should have a more clarity or understanding on the types in which we are working through. One is, as you know, dyscalculia. The child or the person fails in calculating to understand numbers and learn math facts. Basically, addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division, or at higher different levels of mathematical calculations. The child find it very difficult. I think a very common issue with the learning disability issues. Other one is dysgraphia. That affects a person's handwriting abilities and fine motor skills, which means they cannot write as the peers are doing on it. Graphia means graphing, drawing, or writing. They fail in that. Then dyslexia, specific learning disability that affects reading and related language-based processing skills. They cannot speak a particular word. They cannot understand a particular word. And they fail in processing these words in their language. Maybe in their vernacular language, or maybe in a language which they learn. So dyslexia. And non-verbal learning disabilities are also there. Dyscalculia, dysgraphia, dyslexia are the common thing, but we sometimes we also encounter with non-verbal learning disabilities. Has trouble interpreting non-verbal cues like facial expressions or body language, and may have poor coordination. And there is no associated physical problem with us, but they cannot read what is there on the face of the other. And they also fail to express properly, non-verbal learning disabilities. Another is, 2 minutes, I will just start with. 2 minutes, sorry.
Sure, sir. Sure.
2 minutes. Okay, sorry, in between a person came in. Okay,
Okay,
shall I
sir.
continue? Okay,
Sure, sir.
so we have some associated or related disorders also with learning disabilities, and these are very common right now. Many teachers are giving indications or complaints that the children have got ADHD, attention deficiency, hyperactivity disorders. Sometimes hyper, sometimes hypo. A disorder that includes difficulty staying focusing and paying attention, controlling behavior, and hyperactivity. They cannot sit silently, or they cannot attend, they cannot focus on. Many times this being misunderstood by parents and teachers, because in fact that may not be an ADHD issue, but people say they are having ADHD issue. Another one is basically dyspraxia, a disorder which causes problems with movement and coordination, language and speech. They cannot speak, praxia, because they cannot coordinate different voices or different parts of their body or different systems of expression. So dyspraxia is there. And a common thing that is coming up with the modern, management sector say that they're an executive functioning disability, affects planning, organization, strategizing, attention to details, and managing time and space. And these people find themselves utterly confused in a chaos. We all are living in a social order where we are doing multitasking. Right now, I'm talking to you at the same time, many things are happening around me, and I'm responding to many things. So I have to do multitasking, no other way. So I have to manage my space, my time, my voice, and everything. But these people cannot cope up with that. And they call it executive functioning disabilities. We find this with a lot of people in the career sector, job sector, or in the management system, or in different levels. They cannot coordinate or manage their system. They make the kitchen a mess, they make their living room a mess, they make their relationship a mess. So they cannot coordinate things. So many people have these executive functioning learning disabilities now. And how we deal with children or people, I don't restrict it now to children alone, but it can be adults also who have learning disabilities, sometimes identified, sometimes non-identified. How we teach them? Usually the conventional practice, that's what I'm talking about. We usually give an extra help at school, maybe a reading specialist, a math tutor, or other trained professional who can teach you a child techniques to improve his or her academic, organizational, and performing skills. Extra help. The school teachers have no specific time to deal with, or they fail to work with the system, or they are engaged in different ways. So sometimes we say we give organizational and study skills, specific extra help. Other system is IEP, that is individualized education program. public schools in the United States are mandated to provide an individual education program. Even in our Indian system, in Kerala also, we have inclusive education system. IEP sets learning goals and determines strategies and services to support the child's learning in school. We have inclusive system. We have the resource centers, resource teachers in the general public schools or schools. Counselors are there. All these people make individualized education program for children or students with learning disabilities. Another is accommodations. Classroom accommodations might include more time to complete assignments. Many times we have a system of giving an additional person or additional time to complete the examination or to complete the assignments. We give scribes in our university so that the people who are having difficulties can write exam for them. So we have different systems, use of computer applications that support writing, fewer math problems in assignments. And even the government of Kerala has gone to a state where children with a disability certified by a board can be exempted with maths or English or different subjects, in addition to the other services they have. Then therapy. Some children are given with specific therapies like occupational therapy, behavioral therapy, cognitive therapy, or different types of therapies may be given. Speech therapies are there. Therapists can help address language skills, coordination skills, and all. And nowadays, there are systems of giving coaching, mentoring. All these help to work with their difficulties as learning or other issues. And to an extent, the doctor might recommend medication to manage depression or severe anxiety, or sometimes hyperactivity. But usually we say medications for attention deficit privately disorder or hyperactivity disorder may improve a child's ability to concentrate in school. So these are the usual practice of managing a child with a disability right now. And this is basically a brain to brain or cognitive teaching for the children with LD. That's what I call them. What they do, they break learning tasks into small steps so that the child can pick. For example, a mother bird brings a full fish to the kids, and what they do, they make it small pieces so they can swallow. So break learning task into small steps. So that's one step. They probe regularly to check understanding. This is a common pattern in every class. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? This is what we usually do in schools, in every class. Once you deal with a special child with a learning disability, we are compelled to ask because we have a doubt whether they understand it or understand it or understand it. Many times they understand it, but they cannot do it. That's the problem. Provide regular quality feedback. Every now and then we give them information. Okay, this is what it is. This is what it is. You could do this. You cannot do this. So regular quality feedbacks will be given. Then present information visually and verbally. We always talk about ICT now. We always talk about AI now. Audio, visual, AV systems, audio, visual support mechanisms. So we give all these so that multiple sensory cues will be given and multiple sensory intake will be there, processing will be there, association will be there. So they will be able to learn and remember that faster. Use diagrams, graphics, and pictures to support instruction. Nowadays, every technology is available to you so that you can use technology. The children can play with the mobile, play with the computer or a tab or a laptop so that they can have the three-dimensional diagrams, graphics, interactive learning platforms through which they learn better. Provide independent practice. That's another system usually we do. So the child can do things by themselves. Model what you want students to do. So we create models to them, archetypes, and they are instructed to follow that. So that will be easy for them. But all these systems are attempts to train their cognitive domain, brain, to do things. And what is happening? These are teacher-centered methods. We are designing it. We give direct instructions. We make flipped classrooms. Flipped classrooms means we make classrooms suitable to them, differently like. Then and then what to say, kinesthetic learning systems. We give motion, or we make them act, do that and learn, practice what they do. That practice also is there. Then we give differentiated instructions. And certain systems we give differential or differentiated different types of instructions so that they can follow and work with. And inquiry based learning. Inquiry means the child is given an opportunity in which the child can go inquiring, go deeper into the system and understand what is happening there. Inquiry based. Expeditionary learning. So we take them for an outing somewhere, so they experience it. We call it on the job, or in the site they do that. Study tour or different systems where they experience in different different sensory cues and learn. Personalized learning, as we said, IP, or individual learning plans will be there. We make that. And game-based learning, that's another system we are working with. Role models are there, role plays are there, systems are created in which they act out and learn what they do, how to speak, how to work, how to act, or how to write and all. So different systems are there. All these systems are centered around the teacher. Teacher is controlling all this. That's what we usually do. And now I'm trying to give a different thinking. That is a brain through heart. Why this terminology I'm using? Usually, learning is a process that happens with the brain. We have basically two domains. One is the cognitive domain, and the second one is the affective domain. Cognitive domain is basically with your intellectual ability. How you think, what you think, how you remember, what you remember, how you logically connect to things, how you learn the associations, and how you practice it, how you store the memory, the informations in your memory, and how you process that. All these things are working with the brain. So that's what we call the cognitive system. So a teacher is always trying to teach the cognitive system to be disciplined, to be trained, so that the cognitive brain receives the cues as stimulus or different type of stimuli and store it within the brain, process it, and reproduce or make new knowledge system. That's what we usually do with the brain system. The computer is made as a replica of your brain. That means there are different drives in your computer, as you have different drives in your brain. Different lobes are there, frontal lobes are there. You have a left side, a right side brain systems. All brain cells are working as processors, or storage systems are there. As you have a memory in your computer, you have a memory system in your brain. As you have a RAM in your computer, you have a system of bringing the information to the main window. So the scientists have made the brain system into a computer system working. Right? This is what we have done with. So what we do usually in teaching learning process, the teacher is teaching, not the person, the teacher is teaching the brain. Once the brain is being taught, the cognitive domain has really come out with the knowledge, the learning process. That will control your affective domain, that will control your behavior system, that will definitely work with your physical system, because the brain gives instructions and commands which your body and your emotions, your behavior will follow. So that's the usual system. So every teacher is trying to domesticate or teach or train your brain through the teaching process. And for a child with learning disability, it's very difficult to teach the brain as we teach the usual student, because something is not functioning. Disability is there, and that is a lifelong process or problem maybe. So what way we can look upon that issue? I would say, instead of focusing on the brain directly, we can travel through the heart to the brain. Usually we have a system at our home. Even if we all disagree with, there is a system in the normal Indian families that the father figure is the controlling figure, or the father figure is always the powerful figure. So it will be difficult for you to reach out the father or the controlling figure in the system. So what usually the children do, they move through the mother to the father. So there is a classical saying that through the child you go to the mother, through the mother you can go to the father, and you can make an influence in the decision. It may be difficult for you to reach out the father directly. Again, in the Christian sayings or system, usually they say you cannot reach Jesus directly, but you can go through Mother Mary to Jesus. Because Mother Mary is always representing motherhood. The mother in the family is representing motherhood, which is always considered as an effective domain. Mother is always considered as an effective domain. And to a great extent, the father figure in the social orders is considered as a brain figure, the cognitive domain, because they make decisions. They claim that they have the logic, which we may not be agree. There are definitely disagreeable concerns in that. But this is a conventional simile I'm just making. In the same way, brain seems to be the controlling unit of your system, the most powerful unit in your existence, because it is the most complicated logical processes working system. It receives informations, it processes them, it preserves them in the memory, then it gives appropriate information at the appropriate time, and the body, the system, everything follows that. So brain makes a control seat, we all know. We don't know whether is it the reason why brain is always kept on the top of the body. We don't know, because there are different types of principles of development or growth. They say cephalocaudal principle is one of the major principles we always talk about, the development system. Cephalo means the skull, the brain. So every development is taking place from the brain to the toes. The communication is working in a pyramidic system where the toes give communication to the brain, and then brain give that communication back to the toes. So there is a controlling system, processing unit. As the computer is having a processing unit, the human body is having a processing unit, that's the brain. So how we reach the brain, that's my concern. We can reach the brain through the conventional systems of teaching. But here what I'm talking is reaching the brain through the heart. And what is hard for me, we will come slowly with. Why I make this question is this. What we are bothered about, is it teaching or learning? I am also a teacher for last 26 years in a university system. This is a critical question I always ask me. Am I concerned really with my teaching or learning? Because teaching is from one side and learning happens on the other side. Teacher is single person, learning happens to many. So which is my concern? The teaching or learning? To be personal, to be frank, I'm concerned about learning rather than teaching. Second question, is it teacher-centered or learner-centered? It's a classical question we all talk about. Specifically in special education, it is really challenged, not only with the student, the teacher also is challenged. And even then, we make the system teacher-centered. So how we transfer that to learner-centered? We want the learning process highlighted, the learner-centeredness highlighted. Third is, are we really concerned about the task achieved or the treatment given to the child? Because the child is having a difficulty, disability. Are we working on the tasks or are we working on the treatment system? Because I always is concerned about task and the treatment. Treatment means the care. It's an umbrella term. It's not the treatment you are giving in this in the hospital system. I'm talking about how you approach, how you deal, how you care, how you handle. It's a treatment. So am I concerned with the task or the treatment? My fourth question, am I really child-centered or a text-centered? Because every educational system has made text to teach, syllabus, curriculum, pedagogy. All these things are fixed. Are they child-centered or the text, the written standards of the normal order, normal system? So these are 4 questions I make. If I am teaching-centered, teacher-centered, task-centered, child-centered, I am fundamentally with a cognitive system of teaching, brain to brain. On the other side, if I'm really concerned about the learning part, the learner, the treatment of the to the learner, and the what is it, child, absolutely, I'm sure I'm concerned about the heart of the person. So if I'm concerned about the heart, or if I am accessible to the heart, I can travel through the heart to the brain. I'm concerned about experiencing, not reproducing. The child can reproduce as we expect. We say that the child is achieving normal. But are we concerned about the experience of the child once they go through that? Because the common social order is always concerned about the product rather than the process. But a teacher who is concerned about the process of training the brain through the heart is never concerned about the product, rather concerned about the experiencing. So these are dichotomies I'm putting. Am I teacher-centered, teaching-centered, task-centered, text-centered, or reproducing as achievement-centered? If so, I'm basically cognitive-dominated teaching or teacher. Teaching the student from the brain directly to the brain. That may be easy, direct. But if I'm concerned about the learning process, if I'm concerned about the learners, if I'm concerned about the treatment process, if I'm concerned about the child, and if I'm concerned about the experience of the person, I'm sure I will be working through I will be working through the heart to the brain. Therefore, what I say, it should be learner-oriented, learning-oriented, experiential, and treatment concerned. For a child with a learning disability, learning is not teaching. Learning is not that academic activity. Rather, learning is a treatment and never a task achievement. That's a crux statement, I would say. For a child with a learning disability, learning is a treatment. Do we really consider that statement, learning as a treatment? The student learn as a solution to the problem. Therefore, we have to create the methodology from brain to brain and heart to brain through heart. We say the methodology from brain to brain or heart to brain through the heart. That is what I am concerned about. So I may deal it in this way. What I really mean by the word heart. It's not the physical or anatomical component. We say heart transplantation. We talk about heart diseases. We talk about arteries. We talk about the blood pumping. All these are with the physical or the anatomical component of heart. But I am talking about that symbol of heart. And what is that for me? And for me, heart is the core of the self. The core of my self. My identity is my heart. The emotions I believe or I have, I express, I experience. The sentiments I have towards something, heart. Because many times my sentiments break the canons of my brain, the laws of my brain. The disciplined regulations of my brain may be broken by my sentiments. We have a number of experiences in this. Breaking the control of the brain by the heart, that is sentiments. The soul we call. Is there a soul? I don't know. What is the soul? Nobody knows. Does it have a form? Nobody knows. Does it exist? Nobody knows. Some people say it is a complex expression, manifestation of the brain. I don't disagree. But I say my heart is my soul. My heart is the core of the self. My heart represents my emotions. My heart represents my sentiments. My heart is my mind, psyche. My mind, my psyche. We call it the affective domain, maybe in that line. That speaks about my temperament. Of course, my temperament is controlled by my brain cues, hormones, agreed. But for me, heart is the symbolic representation of all this. The nature around me. I know the cues, the sensory cues are coming to my eyes, my ears, my tongue, my nose, my skin, through the nature, and that is being processed by the brain, agree. But for me, heart is a symbolization of the nature in which I'm living, the nature I have. The context in which I'm living is more into my heart. How I feel attached, how I feel detached, how I feel the passion for it, how I get rid of it. All these are being represented by the heart. And you can find these type of manifestational expressions to your concept of heart. And I'm not talking about the physical heart we are having. You can transplant that. But this is something which we always call the emotional part, or the part of myself that controls my relationships, my approaches, my attitudes, my involvement, my passion. And how far a teacher who is teaching a child with a learning disability work through this, realize it. Because for me, a teacher in learning disability is not a special teacher, is not a special resource person, is not a single individual. Because teaching is not possible with a single teacher. You all may be teachers, and I also is a teacher. We call ourselves teacher in the context of a social existence, but I'm sure I cannot teach anything, anybody by myself. I believe in that. So I always talk about social work. Social work can never be taught, but it can be caught. Caught means the student or the trainee catches, learns. You cannot teach. You can share. They can learn. They can catch. And if they have to catch it, that should be from, they do it in the context of the heart. It's a reciprocity. Therefore, I would say a child who's having a learning disability is having a teacher as a fraternity around them. For example, the mother of the child, the father of the child, the siblings, the significant others at home, the neighborhood in which the child is living, the general society in which the child is being get socialized, the regular teachers they are engaging with, teaching different subjects as we all have in the formal education system. The special teachers, they are doing their skills in making them treated with their problem of disability. The remedial system we give to cope up with the normal peers, normal system of education and achievement standards. The educational institutions, they come as special educational institutions or the normal educational institutions or the block resource centers or different educational institutions. And finally, with the evaluation system, in which are they evaluated against the common standards? If you take the weight and the BMIs of tribal people living in the hilly region of Kerala and the people who are living in the Cochin city, you may definitely come to a conclusion that the people in the hilly region of the Kerala, the tribal communities, are really underachievers with their BMIs, biometric factors. They may be, the people in Cochin city may be doing much better in that. But I have a very critical question to you. Who is stronger? Who is healthier? The people who are living in Cochin city or the people who are living in the remote tribal hamlets? My experiences throughout my professional existence for last 28 years clearly say that they are much higher in respect to their health, their living styles and all. But they are underachievers with their BMIs. They may be underachievers with their education also. We may call them underachievers, underdeveloped also, but I'm challenging you all right now. Can you climb a mountain with a 20 kilogram firewood on your head? I will definitely say very difficult for most of us. But they will climb a hilltop or a mountain carrying 20 to 30 kilometers of firewood on their head, because they are healthy, much more healthy than we people. So what I'm asking is the indicators of evaluation, the tools and systems we are applying to assess the achievement standards is always a challenge. When you really talk about the general educational system today, every student is getting an A+. So what is the value of an A+ now? And once you consider this type of evaluation system and the actual achievement of these children, we find it very difficult. Many educational institutions in the higher education system say a student who come for a English literature or Malayalam literature need first a class on the alphabets, basic grammar, basic what is the vocabulary system and all, because they miss it. Are there people with a learning disability? So I very strongly believe that a single teacher is not the remedy, rather a fraternity around the child, which includes the mother, father, siblings, significant others at home, neighborhood, general social system, regular teachers, special teachers, remedial system, educational institutions, evaluation systems, and the text, the task. All these are relevant to them as teaching standards or teaching system. So we are not talking about a teacher who is teaching, rather a system which is trying to teach, a fraternity. And what I always feel very sadly is that we fail to understand the children with LD, not only with LD, I would very say mea culpa, which means it's my fault to read my student. It's my fault to read my student. It's my fault to motivate my student. It's my fault to challenge my student. It's my fault to make the student learn. I may be successful in teaching, but I fail in making them learn. I'm a successful teacher. I know things. I speak well. I draw well. I make PPTs well. I talk well. I communicate, but I may be an utter failure in making the other side learn. Why? We don't understand that. So this approach, that means the approach of reaching out the brain through the heart, is possible only by understanding the children with learning disability with their psychosocial and cognitive dimensions. Where the child is, what the child is, how the child feels, what the child really wants, what is the experience, what is the past of the child, what is the future in the mind of the child, what is happening in the present. So what we are really concerned about, the psychosocial and cognitive existence of the child in the past, in the future, and what is happening in the present. A child with learning disabilities, undoubtedly we say, are stressed. We say that the parents are stressed, the teachers are stressed, the management is stressed, the community is stressed. More than that, the child is stressed. Many times the child feels isolated. When we really talk to people who are having learning disability, you will feel that they feel they are isolated. They are neglected. And they always carry the failure of fear. I would say they have the fear psyche. The fear factor is the failure factor. They say they don't have the ability to win. They are, to a great extent, they develop phobic to school, to teachers, to knowledge. Very, very difficult, very pathetic. If a child develops phobia to school, phobia to teachers, phobia to knowledge, then what is the role of educating them? What we do with the educational system? And because of our treatment towards the learning disability, they lose their confidence. They have usually a poor confidence with them. They always have a feeling that I'm insufficient. I don't have the sufficient skill to learn. Insufficiency. Therefore, they become non-experimental, non-creative. And a person who is non-experimental, non-creative naturally ends up as non-achiever in long run. I always make a question to myself: the great achievers in the classrooms becomes failures in the life situations. Do a comparison and a critical analysis on that. And many of our children with disabilities, learning disabilities, are insulted because the teacher insults in the public of the classroom. They feel really lost with. In continuation, the parents do the same failure, the same fault. The peer group in the classroom do the same. The management say the same. Always they have a classical terminology in quotes, buddhus, idiots, who are born to spoil the goodwill of the family, who are born to spoil the goodwill of the teachers, born to spoil the goodwill of the institution, born to spoil the 100% first class facility or standards of a college or a school. And they feel really, really insulted and negatively treated. Suppose a child has a learning disability, we take time to recognize it as a learning disability. By the time, the child might have really lost with. And slowly they develop poor relationships because we fail to make a relationship to them. As a father, as a mother, as a teacher, as a sibling, as a significant person in the family, as an institutional head, as a principal, as a significant person in the social order, as an evaluator, as a minister, as a director of education. I failed to make a relationship with this child. And what is my right to claim that you should have a good relationship? They always fail in relationship. Poor achievement. We call them underachievers or unachievers because they have a learning disability. Instead of treating with that disability, we complain. We feel frustrated that they are not achieving as we expect. Nowadays, I understand the teacher is also developing an insufficiency feeling that even if I teach, the student is not learning. So that is my failure. To an extent, may be right. But we have to do a critical analysis and say how we make the student learn. Therefore, the student always feel confused and ambivalent. Ambivalent means I want to study, but I don't want to go to school. Neither, no, cannot accept it, I cannot reject it. Ambivalence is the behavior, is a fundamental feel of the students right now. So you should have a conscious effort to analyze and understand my child who is sitting in my classroom, or who is living in my home, or who is living in my surrounding with learning disability at different levels, maybe dysgraphia, maybe dyslexia, dyspraxia, or dyscalculia, or functional system, or ADHD, or some other associated issues. Do I really understand them? So my first concern, understanding them not with my brain, but with my heart. My brain will not understand their stress. My brain will not understand the feel of their isolation. My brain may not understand their neglectedness, fear of failure, phobicness to school, teachers, knowledge. My brain may not agree with the poor confidence. My brain may not agree with insufficiency. My cognitive system may not allow them to be non-experimental, non-creative. My brain may not understand how they are insulted, how they are negatively treated, how poor relationship, why they are making poor relationships, why they are under or unachievers or poor achievers, why they are confused, why they're ambivalent. But my heart will understand that. So I'm not only going to this brain of the student through my heart, but I'm also coming to my brain through my heart. I'm understanding the student only through my heart to the brain. So can we make this twist with my perspective on the student with learning disability? If I want to do that, I want to empathize with that student. Don't sympathize. Don't, what to say, dominate. Rather, just empathize with them. I should be warm to welcome and accept. I should be honesty. I should be honest to that student, that child. I should express my insufficiency to them also. Positive regard. Even if they have these difficulties, they have real great potentials with them. Concreteness. That is one of the most important thing with a child with a disability. How concrete we can to be them instead of being abstract. How open I am to receive, accept, and deal with. How flexible I am. If I am very strict with my disciplinarian system, if I'm very strict with my text, my task, I won't be able to be flexible. Am I aware about the causes, the features, the symptoms, the experiences of people, the children with a disability? I should have that. And definitely I should have that patience to deal and my passion, commitment. And I very strongly believe these are the characteristic features of every teacher, specifically a special teacher dealing with children with different difficulties, problems, and disabilities. In the process, I would say, how I do this process of reaching the brain through the heart. The effort will be, sometimes it can be illogical. The others won't understand. The co-teachers in my school may not understand what I'm doing. They may say, oh, this is absurd, this is illogical. Let them. Because the process may be sometimes of you following the heart, the logic of the heart, which may not be the logic of the brain. Always explorative, what new way, what new things, what differential experiences we can really go in with. How creative, something new, something different. How this, sometimes I would say a student who is having learning disability may create new words, new accents, new knowledge. How we accept it as something new, different, creative, experimenting, testing, whether it is possible. Definitely time consuming, no doubt. You cannot have the result as you switch on and the light gets brightened. So it can be definitely time consuming, tough. Every delivery is tough, challenging, not only the student, challenging to the teacher who is working through the brain to the working through the heart to the brain, and motivating interventions in the learning process. What we do is not teaching, rather we are facilitating and motivating the child to do and go and go and go, because the child also finds it difficult to go. And if the teacher also finds it's very difficult to go, things will be really, really difficult. So we have to motivate them to go, experimenting, creative, explorative, sometimes illogical. So this is the way we work with. And the process, I would say, accompanying the child is the principle. I'm not teaching the child, rather I'm accompanying the child. This is a classical example we will have with the children having difficulties in learning disability. Helen Keller is the best example, you all know. Had a lot of difficulties, and an accompanying teacher was capable to make that person win the classical laureate, Nobel laureate. We have a number of great people in the history who have made significant achievements acceptable to the common people having their learning disability. And the clue was there was an accompanying person with the student. Not really teaching them, but empowering them to learn. That's the terminology I use. Empowering my student to learn. How I do it? All these processes will help you. Help them to smile at their failures and mistakes. If your teacher cannot smile at the mistakes of a student, how the student can smile on it? So a teacher who is working through the heart, by the heart, to the brain will be capable to smile at. It's not laughing at, it's not giggling at, rather it's not giving at, but it's just smiling at. Okay, that's possible, happening, agree with the failures and mistakes. Also, focusing and strengthening the child's potentials. I'm not working on the performance now, but I believe in the potentials. Let that potential be strong enough so that the child will come out today or tomorrow. Encourage the child pursue interests that give him or her confidence. Because I'm not pursuing them to come after my interests, my motives, or the motives of the institution or motives of the society. Rather, I have to pursue the child to follow their interest. That is what is required for a child with a learning disability. It's not necessary that we make them learn what we want them to learn. Rather, let them learn what they want to learn and do what they really, really want to do. So that is what we have to work through and develop the real perspective on education. We, as educators, social workers, people working in the field of challenges or disabilities or what is the problems, we should have an appropriate perspective on education. It's not teaching, it is learning. It is not the task achievement, it's a treatment. It is not, as we say, the text based, it's experience based. It's not based on the teacher, it's based on the learner, the student. So we develop a very, very democratic system of learning. And once we do that, as a teacher, as a parent, as a human being, as a citizen, I should never compare the child with others in their achievements and problems. Because every child is unique. Every child's problems are unique. Every child's potentials are unique. Skills are unique. Achievements are unique. Therefore, I cannot assess them by comparing them. To keep their individuality and uniqueness in everything. So this is basically how to discuss with you through this presentation. And I believe we will have some time right now for discussing about or listening to your queries or deliberating on what we heard about. Okay, this is basically my presentation. Thank you for listening to me. Hope this afternoon was not very heavy for you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear participants, this is why I told you in the very beginning of this session to be really energetic and enthusiastic while listening to this class. I know, I was sure 100% something out of boost was waiting. So it was amazing. I'm not getting words to express my joy right now. So dear participants, if you're having any queries, please feel free to ask. Dear participants, if you're having any doubts, please ask.
You can also text me if you have something. I can read and get back to you.
Yes.
We have time.
Yes, please make use of the chat box so that you can post your queries. So meantime, I have a query, I have a question. Yeah. So how can we understand if the child has a learning disorder or is just a slow learner?
See, usually if there is a disorder, you have to check with the anatomical and psychiatric or psychological systems. Disorder is always with the basic structure. Something wrong with their ability to vision, to see, ability to listen, hear, feel, their inability, or they have some problems with their thinking process. So once you get a symptom or a sign of a problem, the first thing you have to do is to check with the structural disorders or functional disorders existing. And if there is no disorder, system is okay, perfect. The person is having good listening ability, a very what to say, listening ability or a vision ability or a tactile ability. So the person is having no disorder and the entire system is working properly. Then you have to think of a disability. Something is there which makes the person disabled to go with. There may be some problems which we are not aware really right now. We cannot find it or prove it now, but disorders or problems, learning problems, are always associated with physical structures or psychological structures which you can test or find. But here we don't find that type of things, but the child fails, maybe repeatedly or occasionally, to spell properly, to add appropriately, to divide, to what to say, subtract or multiply. or they cannot remember the figures, numbers. They cannot write properly. Graphic issues are there. They cannot even function. They cannot focus their concentrate their attention, coordinate things. So in such situations, without any structural problems with the physique or psyche or social system like other socioeconomic conditions, we have to think about, or we have to check with the learning disabilities. And all poor achievers, slow learners, people with learning problems are not children with or people with learning disability. And they don't have any problem with their intelligence. That's also a classic feature we always say. So we have to rule out all these possibilities before you make a diagnosis that this is a learning disability. That's the way we look up. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So
Yeah.
participants, are you having any questions? Please feel free to ask if you're having any questions.
Okay, we will give time to them, and if they have, let them come out with. This is usually we understand or we feel, right? We experience nowadays. People are happy to be listeners.
It is having a trouble learning talk is a kind of learning disability.
I cannot rule like that, because if there is a problem with your basic ability to speak, suppose you have stuttering, stammering, or you have some basic structural problems with your tongue or your basic thinking system, you cannot say that is a learning disability. Learning disability is basically happening when there is no such structural issue.
December, January.
So that's what we think about. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
I request the participants to mute their audio. If anyone is having any doubts, you can ask.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yeah. Okay.
How much hereditary can be with the for LD? Is there any hereditary?
We cannot rule out it, but that's not essential also, because the real reason that the causative factor of learning disability is not that much clear even now. We don't know whether it is really with the brain or with the functional part of it, with the structural part of it, or functional part of it, or a combination of it, which we really doesn't know. So learning disability, there may be classically we say the father is always talking electricity. The son start to talk about electricity because there is another cutie with that. So people say there can be. That may not be a hereditary factor. If you talk about a social heredity, that also can also get transmitted. That's what we think about now. It's not really the biological genes that is having the hereditary disposition. You can also have your social genes carrying your heredity to the next generation. But so far, I think it's not that much hereditary disposition attached with it. It's the usual studies say so. Theory also so. But you cannot completely rule out. You cannot rule out anything with heredity now. You cannot also attribute anything 100% to the heredity, because even now the gene transmission, gene mutation, and DNA compositions are not that much clear to us. What exactly get transmitted, we don't know.
I request the participants to mute their audios. If they're having any doubts, you can ask. If you're not, please kindly mute your audios. So, being in the middle of the pandemic,
Yeah.
how can we help the parents,
Mm.
kids who are having a learning disability, unacademically, not academically, but
Unacademically. See, a child with a learning disability in the normal system might have suffered a lot of negative experiences while they were in the schools or in the systems. And now they are not even to school. They are at home. Many of their problems are not being noticed by any, or the family really give additional support to make the child okay. Because there is no subtle experiences right now. And what we can really do, see, learning disability is basically through the academic things that comes through. So what we can really do is, children with learning disabilities can be facilitated, encouraged. Okay, though you have a disability in that dimension, we have a ample space here in the other dimensions. Shift to that. So during the pandemic, they are at home, they are not exposed. And many times what happens is their problems also are not exposed. So nobody knows. And I very strongly believe after this pandemic lockdown or school closed down period, once they really come to school, we will have a huge percentage of the student community with learning problems. I won't say learning disability, but with learning problems. Because now the learning process is, the teaching learning process is a private affair now. Lot of things, for example, my spell check will be done by the computer. So I need not learn the spelling. My handwriting is not at all a problem because that can be typed in the system. I cannot speak because I can type it in the chat box. So the new devices will make a lot of the problems of the children worked out. And I think we may go for a different type of definitions on learning disability types. Because nobody has talked about learning disability with the mobile operation system. Nobody has really taken up anything about their learning disabilities with the computer system now. The conventional understanding is the textbook, notebook, writing, listening, speaking, and all. So I think after this lockdown, the entire teacher community will be challenged to redefine everything in the context. So we can help them definitely once they experience the shock after this. Right now, it may be giving just emotional support, helping them to come up with their systems and all. But after this, I think we have to work very, 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 very seriously on this. Okay. I think.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think the general group is compassion with what they have got.
So,
Yes.
how do you come up with this thought, like this brain to hurt?
Yeah. When I had really discussed this issue with our teachers, specifically with Bobby, I just thought of how we go to the people, to these children with learning disability or children with a challengedness or something. Usually, what we do, I'm a teacher. My wife is also a teacher. Both of my children are students. What we usually do is working from my brain to the children's brain or the student's brain. But that always makes me hurt or affected with my heart. So I try to symbolize everything into that symbol of heart instead of the biological or anatomical reality of the heart. So that's why I thought if I want to reach to a person who is having difficulty in reaching, I should find a new way. So I thought, why can't it be through the heart? And I think that was also a thinking in the formation of the seminar team also. So I took that. And always I am happy, and I love to deliberate this way.
Yes, sir, that was a unique. We were always expecting for someone to take up this kind of subject, like not academic way, but this is
Yeah.
something out of. Really,
Yeah,
nobody. I have anybody talk about like
yeah,
approach.
it's out of the box, but it's within the space.
Yes, right, sir. It's within.
And my PhD thesis is on creativity.
My goodness, yes.
Creativity of adolescents. So I always want to be something different. So
Yes, sir. This is really.
I give 3 characteristic features to something, something different, something unique, something which is not being taken by others. So
I think even parents.
That's innovative. Yeah.
Yes, I think even parents can follow this, right?
Yeah,
like
true.
brain.
Yeah, that's why I made that particular slide on the teacher. The concept of a teacher to an LD student, or a person with LD, or a person with a disability, is not a single individual. It's a fraternity around them. So father, mother, siblings, significant others in the family, or a neighborhood, general society, educational institution, everybody is involved in that.
We have always heard like, taking a BEd in special education, it's a professional course. You can gain a lot of salary and everything like that. But this is something really different. This was really an eye-opener, right? Like,
yeah,
we were
because we are also worried about our future.
Yes.
And we are making our future based on the worries of the people's future. It's a natural process. We all do that.
Yes.
All doctors are learning medicine because of the illness. All people go for nursing because there is a possibility of care. If that is not there, it's not necessary. That's why no animal is going for medicine.
Yes, that's right.
They don't feel it.
Yes.
So I think we have to think very, very simple about ourselves, about the entire student community. So a special teacher is special not because the teacher learns some special techniques, but that teacher reaches that person in a special way. The techniques you use in the classroom also can be by me, but the way you reach to that student may not be possible for me. I also may be able to make an injection, but I may not be able to make an injection as a trained nurse is doing with that commitment, passion, closeness, confidence, and all. That's is what they learn. That is what they learn. It is not the process of injection alone. What you attach in that. Yes. So,
Sir,
okay, yeah.
So we know that we should approach the students not only with a sympathetic mind. We should also show some empathy, right?
Yeah,
so do you think?
Should, just a correction. You should never approach the student with sympathy. You are not supposed to.
Oh, sure.
You are not at all supposed to go with the student with sympathy. What is sympathy?
Yes.
Sympathy is feeling for. Oh, sorry, he doesn't have that intelligence. So sad. What to say? He cannot do that. A poor Babri, he can't do it by himself. So I will help. So this is basically my sympathetic feeling. But what is empathy? That child is capable of doing or is expected to do it. But right now something is disturbing that child to do that. So I'll be with that child so that the child can do it. And always, I'm so sorry to comment, mothers fail to be empathetic. They are always sympathetic.
Yes, that's true.
Because they do things for the child. When you do things for them, because you are sympathetic. If you are empathetic, you will never do it for them, but you will make them do it. So that is empathy. And
Thank you for the.
what we usually do, either we become sympathetic or we become apathetic. Apathetic
Sir,
means
one-
I don't feel anything.
Oh, right.
Okay. Yeah.
So one of the participants asked that among students, most of the learning disabled children were boys. Is that true?
I don't think so, because I don't find that much empirical evidence for that. We have to check empirically.
Okay.
And I don't find any rationale to make a statement like that. If there is an empirical evidence, we have to check with that. I've not yet come across with an empirical evidence say that it is more with boys. Maybe boys may be more expressive because of their naughtiness. I don't know.
Yes.
It to be empirically studied. I think some of you can really make a empirical study on this. The ratio of or a ratio of the students. It's a good query.
Yes.
Nice.
So on some context, I read that this learning disability is often confused with ADHD. Is ADHD accompanying, or it comes with LD, or it's
Yeah.
like just
Theoretically speaking, ADHD is considered as an associated disorder with a learning disability now.
parents often shows a confusion regarding this. Like,
Yeah.
my student over
Yeah, many parents and teachers are misinterpreters of ADHD symptoms. I do counseling process also. Many times parents bring their children for counseling to me. Many of the parents have the complaint that their child have got ADHD. The teacher told me that my child has got ADHD, sir. So what should I do? I took the child to Ayurveda doctor or a homeopathic doctor or a allopathic doctor. They gave some medication, and now my child is very gloomy. This is a common complaint I get from the parents. They take their children on the basis of their ADHD issue. A very simple test I used to do. I will ask the child to sit on the chair without making any trouble for 10 minutes. If so, I will give him an ice cream. And if the child can sit for 10 minutes without disturbing others for an ice cream, on what ground I say that the child has got the ADHD? So many of the teachers or parents are making a diagnosis on ADHD without any clinical inspection.
right,
There are children who are really restless, hyperactive, because they don't have a space to spend their energy. That's the trouble. They take a very instant energy, boosters, and they don't have any place to use that. They cannot run, they cannot sweat, they cannot play, they cannot climb on the tree, they cannot get into the water to swim. So where they will use their energy, extra energy, which they are being pumped through boost, the instant food, the junk foods, the starched drinks, where they will exercise it. So naturally they will do that in their classroom. And once they start to express it in the classroom, the teacher say, oh, this child is having ADHD. The poor parents also will very, very easily believe that. So my simple, humble request, don't brand anybody with ADHD until and unless they are clinically tested and proved.
yes.
Yes. These are experiences we all have.
Yes, that's right. Participants, are you having any questions?
Yes, me, sir. Your class was very nice and very useful. And I would like to ask one question about counseling and how to make a confidence in the students. Because always parents are very curious about comparing with other students, maybe neighbors or always comparing with other students. So how can we make confidence in the students as well as the parents through counseling and other methods?
Yeah, if we have to do that, basically, we should, first thing, we should really work with that particular technique. For example, counseling is a technique. So I should learn that. Or there may be different therapies. So I should specifically learn that therapies. In the generic educational system, we don't have that specific learning process. So I have to specifically learn how to make counseling process in that. Even otherwise, we usually have a system to follow. There is a generic approach, there is a focused approach, and a targeted approach. In general system, we can help any parent, any child who is having this learning disability to work with by giving awareness, information, usual psycho support, emotional support, being with them, and all. We can generally support them. In certain cases, they need a focused support system or intervention. The number may be less. So we have to focus on them and specifically understand what exactly disturbs them. In the targeted system, I have to really identify what exactly the problem. Learning disability may not be the problem. Because of the learning disability, they may have emerged, they have shooted up with many other issues. So we have to distinguish with cause of the problem, causes of the problem, manifestations of the problem, and all consequences of the problem. So scientifically, or I won't say scientifically, technically, we should distinguish all these and work with. So that is what we call the targeted intervention system. In simple terms, what we are supposed to do is being with the child, being with the parents. And a teacher is always a person who is in the what to say, we call it the pivotal position in the D court of the basketball. The person is facing his own post, but he receives the balls and jumps and twist 90-degree angle to put that in the basket. So that is a pivotal position. The teacher can make the parents and students twisted with 90-degree or even 360-degree angles, because the teacher can give options, possibilities of the child. The child may have dysgraphia, but the child may have many other possibilities to go through, so that this may not be a big concern. For example, the child has got dysgraphia, and if the child has always a support of the technical device, only the thing is that the child can type, things will be fine. No need of writing. Child has got dyslexia. Instead of speaking much, the person can go and make writing, typing things. Dyscalculia. A lot of people even without any maths. So it's not necessary that everybody learns everything as we expect. So what is their stronghold is to be identified, strengthened. And if that person goes into that line, definitely they will do excellently in that. Wayne Rooney was one of the best football player in England, but he was always identified as a person with ADHD. And we have n number of great presidents of America, not only in America, many countries having their position on that particular time and having medication on psychiatric issues. So you can. Giving options, empowering them to learn. I cannot learn this, but I can learn something else. So why should we insist that you should definitely learn this? If that is being taught like that, they won't do that. So there is an issue of being flexible and being textual. So these are possible things with us. I think that is the way we do. Definitely psychoeducation, being with them, support mechanisms, clarifications, encountering with us techniques of counseling. You can apply all this if you are learned with that. Otherwise, please don't. You should learn that technically.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Is there any other questions? Participants, do you have any other questions?
So I may make a very small comment like this. We all have the learning disability. We have never learned to question people.
Yes, sir, that's right.
It's also a learning disability, or
Yes.
at least a learning problem with the new generations. Okay.
So I have a question that will the child grow out of it? Like, will there be any, will they outgrow this learning disability?
See, usually the people who are doing research on it, clinically working on this learning disability, say it's a lifelong issue. They say there is no permanent fixation, there is no permanent cure. But they can be excellent achievers in other different dimensions. Rose flowers alone never makes a bouquet. We need different flowers.
Yes.
Leaders alone cannot make a nation successful. We need different types of people in that. So everybody has got his or her specific contribution to the system. We don't want everyone to be Bill Gates. If there should be a Bill Gates, there should be thousands or millions of people working for him. So we need not underestimate any person because the child has got a learning disability. But they have many other possibilities or avenues to venture in and make their success in that. One of the beautiful picture drawn by Winston Van Gogh is Starry Nights. Starry Night is the picture, I believe, which is being sold for the highest price in the history. But Starry Night is a picture he has drawn with his hallucinations. He was a schizophrenic patient. He was on medication. There are brilliant people who have made excellent contributions while they were psychiatrically ill, psychologically tough, and of course with these type of classical difficulties, disabilities, dysfunctionalities, disorders, and all. Beethoven, who was made the 9th Symphony, was the 11th son of a sex worker who was infected with syphilis. Once a lady is infected with syphilis, they won't allow them to conceive because the child will have definitely one problem. But still, Beethoven's mother conceived. She delivered a boy with visual challenges, blindness, and with the help of an accompanying friend, he made the 9th Symphony. So many times history proves like this. The mistakes for me are not mistakes of history, or the mistakes for me are not mistakes of nature, but they may be purposeful creations to prove something. So see, education is for the mediocre, not for an excellent boy. We all are average teachers, because once we go to the class, we say something. If there is a brilliant boy, that boy would have caught that from the first explanation. We will repeat it. Why? We want the mediocre to also understand. We will repeat it again because the lower layer also need to be understood. by the time the first one will be boring, the last one may be suffering. So we want to go for the, always we go after the central tendencies, mean, median, mode. We never allow to be skewed. We never allow the extra, the what to say, the extremes to survive with. Even the classical definition on abnormality say, which is not in the normal is abnormal, and what is in the normal, something which is being agreed by everybody. In the entire history say, it is always something which is being made by a very selected few makes the history goes. No innovations are made by the majority. No creations are made by the majority. They all are made by the minority, selected few. So these are my observations and my learnings from my research too, because I have worked with adolescents with their creativity, self-concept, and achievement motivation, and their interdynamic relationship with. So we never say that learning disability is a very, very big problem. No, children with learning disability can really go and find something different, something unique, something very, very revealing to the community, to the social system. So trust in them, empower them to learn, find their way, being flexible. All these are our crux, trump words, trump cards to deal with them. Okay, so it was a nice chat after the session. I don't know what happened to the other participants. Anyway, it was good for me because I really enjoyed.
Same, sir. I also had a great time talking with you, having this conversation.
Yes.
I was really looking forward to it. It was great.
Okay. Yes.
So participants,
the Sneha Sadan is always one of my very close place.
we know, sir.
I'm a what to say, I always feel that I'm a insider of that family.
Sure, sir. You are a part of our family. Sure.
Okay,
Thank you so much,
okay.
sir.
Yes.
So, sir,
Yes.
I request you and all other participants to stay online. Participants, please turn on your video. We are going to have a photo session with the resource person.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Participants, please turn on your videos. And please mute your audios. Just turn on the videos. We are going to have a photo session with the resource person. Participants, please turn on your videos so that we can have a photo session.
Yes, we have almost 145 people in the group.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Yes.
I kindly request you all to turn on the videos, please. Please turn on the video. It will be great if all of you put a smile on your face.
Yes, we call it Pachinji.
Are you all feeling energetic? Put a smile on your face and please join. Please mute the audio. Please mute the audio. So thank you. Let's start. Please smile. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much, sir. Once again,
Thank
we are
you.
really
Thanks a lot to everyone. I think you had at least a good afternoon in the system.
we too, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, let us see sometimes later with something else, something different. Okay.
Sure, sir. Something unique as we had today.
Yes. Thank you. Big hi to everyone.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining. Now, for the participants.
Can I leave? I'm leaving.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you. Bye.
Sir. Participants, kindly mute your microphones. I request you to kindly mute your. You will be followed by an evaluation session as we had yesterday. Hope you all will look into it. Those registered 150 participants are to meet the test. So thank you so much for being so cooperative and energetic during this session. We'll meet tomorrow at 10. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.